자, 리방입니다. 코코님 리하. 상표 감사. 리방 중에 반등 꼬물딱꼬물딱 많이 했어요. 605.5에서 그냥 밀리나 했더니 다시 아랫꼬리 말아올리면서 망치형 양봉 캔들로 또 627까지 한시간봉이 양봉 전환하려면 631 위에서 바통 터치해야 되는데 8분 남았습니다. (4시까지는) 계속해서 뭐 요런 변태 움직임 와리가리 하겠죠. 자, FOMC 회의 결과 새벽 4시 그리고 파월 기자회견 4시 반 요거 끝나면은 그냥 방향 단기 방향성 나온다. 연말 랠리가 가능하냐 아니냐. 자, 그것도 판가름 나오겠죠. 판가름 나겠죠. 여기서 걸렸어. G27에서 한 번 더 78 위에서 또 반등 트라이. 주연님 어서요. 리하 장큐 감사.
I see a shadow in the glass, a ghost of all the nights we had. Every story comes too late, and now I'm left with empty space. So run away from me. Don't let this love turn into grief. I was blind. Run away from me. Take the pain, take the memories. So baby, just run from me. We had fire, we had gold. Now it's ashes on the floor. All the songs we used to sing sound like strangers in the wind. I'm not asking you to stay. Not another price to pay. I just want you to know you were the best part of my soul. So run.
저점을 또 밀었어. 작도해놓은 자리 550.75 금방 왔어. 곱다님 리하 어서요. 작전해놓은 자리에 550. 통해서 또 헷갈리게 550 밀리면 뽕마이는 곱다. 아까 찰걸 매매 심하게 해놓고서 더하다가 돌아와미 탑을 나나나나나나나 78.5에서 받고 (78.5에서) 더 밀 것 같은데. 자, 그쵸 78.75 손절 잡고 딱 좋은 자리 왔다.
매도 주문이 접수되었습니다.
체결.
주문이 체결되었습니다.
들어올리면 그냥 카트 해버리면 돼. 78.75 가자. 빠꾸 550 밀러 가자. 국다님 굿밤요. 이따가 FOMC 신경 쓰지 말고 꿈나라로 가요. 내일 봐요. See you. 굿밤 국다님. 쭉쭉 누르거라 그냥. 문제는 못 줘. 그렇지. 저점 깨면 550 깨면 그렇지. 아 이씨 60 560 밑에서 놀아. 42 28 작대놓은 자리가 36 올 수 있습니까? 저점 한 번만 더 밀지. 42 38 한 번만 더 밀어. 조금만 밀면 돼. 42.75 38.5 36 작대는 자리 28.5 위에서 어느 자리에서 반등 가능하다. 시작하면 (54.75) 야 39.25 씨. 두 틱, 세 틱. 아 그러면 더 밑에서 잡아요. 36.75. 다 왔어. 줘 그냥.
매수 주문이 체결되었습니다.
오케이. 36.5까지 왔네. 한 번은 줘야지 이렇게. 자 이제 반등 가능한 자리에 왔어요. 태국 야 태국 캄보디아 또 전쟁. 그러니까 도란프가 관세 협박하면서 와 작두해놓은 자리 정확한 28.75에서 딱 반등하네. 트럼프가 노벨 평화상 욕심으로 여기저기 전쟁 분쟁 지역 평화협정 다 관세 협박으로 다 해놓고서 다 무용지물이야. 앞에서는 오케이 오케이 해놓고 트럼프 앞에서 싸울 거 다 싸우고 있어요. 아유. 보니까 캄보디아는 공군 전력이 없어요. 왜 까부는겨? 범죄 온상국에다가 그냥 중국의 속국인 것 같아요. 캄보디아는 저 중국에서 지원해준 그 대공포 그거 하나 갖고 지금 비비는 거예요. 그쵸? 대부분 우리나라에서 무기 수입들 많이 했죠. K방산 무기 짱짱한데 우리나라 무기. 어디 기사에서 봤는데. 야, 요 자리 진짜 기가 막히다. 528.75. 57엔 528.7. 그림은 잘 그려요. 작도는 잘 해놓는데. 결단력 부족 뭐 등등 매매가 안 돼. 오, 그래. 이 자리도 지지 자리네. 크게 보니까. 촘촘하네요. (310) 320 260 192. 야, 여기까지 오면 뭐 마이너스 2% 가까이. 새벽 4시 이전까지는 이 자리까지는 안 오겠죠. 확실한 뭐 확실한 하방 소재거리가 있을 수 없으니까 새벽 4시 전까지. 야,
Voices echo through the static cold, but none of them sound like home. Every mile feels the same.
꼼딱꼼딱 반등
Shadows fighting names.
28.75에서 70% 현재. 자, 요런 저항자리 돌파 가능. 엔비디아 마이너스 1.29%, 마이크로소프트 마이너스 2.6%, 메타 마이너스 1%, 뭐 이런 것들이 안 좋아.
This was in the midnight air. Your memory is everywhere. Love's a ghost I can't outrun, chasing me like a dying sun. Every mile feels the same.
다다다다다다.
Even when I lose, can't tell which road leads back to you.
필립 반도체 지수는 마이너스 0.26%. 반도체가 뭐 크게 밀리는 건 아닌데 혼조. 중요한 거는 시총이 높은 엔비디아 마이너스 1.2%, 브로드컴 마이너스 1.09%. 이런 게 안 좋네요. 자, 미장 본장 다우 플러스 0.42, S&P 강보와 플러스 0.01, 나스닥만 마이너스 0.34. 저항자리 다 뚫겠는데? 최근에 나오는 게 흔한 파동인데 패턴 조심해야죠. 이런 저항자리들 뜨거포 이제 슈팅 나올 수 있죠. 이런 슈팅이라기보다 이 저항 구간 조심해야 돼. 자, 중요한 자리까지 왔네. 요 구간 딱 저항 맞고 떨어질 자리 614.5. 들어 올리네. 이거 봐, 이 조심해야 돼. 해봐. 일단 요 구간 돌파, 저항 구간. 요 매물대 이빠에 요 구간도 돌파 할 수도 있죠. 자, 이 이상은 안 되나 보네. 644. 몰라요. 더 들어올릴 것 같아. 아, 644. 네. 엔비디아는 뭐 그냥 지금 주가 변화하고 있죠. 여기 이렇게 색깔 들어오는 게 초록색이면은 매수 들어오는 거, 빨간색이면은 이제 매도세 들어오는 거. 색깔 들어오고 있죠. 새벽 4시까지 이런 움직임 계속될 것 같고. 아유, 28.75. 그니까 아까 요 봤던 자리였죠. 241선 요 위에서 510, 520 얘기했었는데 28.75. 4시간 봉도 마찬가지예요. 61선 구름대 상단 4시간 봉 1시간 봉 28.7 네, 강해. 어쨌든 4시 FOMC 회의 결과 나와야지 확실한 방향성 나온다. 저는 잠시 쉬었다가 언제요? 4시 FOMC 결과 나오기 전에 3시 45분, 예, 3시 45분에 돌아올게요. FOMC 회의 결과 혹시나 그때까지 잠을 못 이루고 계신다 그러면은 저랑 함께 봐요. FOMC 회의 결과, 자, 기준금리 발표, 성명서 내용, 그리고 점도표, 경제 전망 그 보고서, SEP 뭐 이런 것들. 야, 그때 차트 와장창 움직일 겁니다. 그리고 4시 반에 파월 기자회견 때 또 결정적으로, 자, 그런 것들 두구두구두구두구두구두구. 아하하하하. wolf 형님 안 주무세요? 참 대단하셔. 저는 wolf 형님 좀 주무시고 일찍 일어나셔가지고 보실 줄 알았어. 자, 고생 많으셨습니다. 자, 이따가 FOMC 회의 결과, 호코님도 안 주무세요? 그래요. 이따 뵙겠습니다. 혹시나 잠 안 오신다 그러면 함께 해요. 자, 이따 뵙겠습니다. 주연님도 내일을 위해서 일찍 주무시는 것도 괜찮아요. 혹시 잠 안 오시면 이따 함께 해요. 자, 이따 뵙겠습니다.
Some light to find my way. A half cup left, the coffee cold. A memory bright, a story told. I breathe it in, I let it stay. The simple piece of every day. I used to chase the flawless line, but peace was always there in time. In little things the heart can hold. A half cup still can shine like gold. Half cup of sunlight, half of me, still enough to make me see. The sky's not full, but it's still wide, and love still stirs from deep inside. Half cup of sunlight, half a song, still enough to carry on. No perfect glass, no flawless view, just morning, warm and true. The mirror smiles with sleepy eyes. I laugh at how the time just flies. The plans I dropped, the dreams I lost, they shaped my peace, they paid their cost. The quiet hum, a gentle breeze reminds me I can live with ease. The world can wait, I'll take it slow. There's beauty in the undertow. Maybe we don't need everything. Maybe a little light is already enough. The smallest joys, the sweetest sound, are where my heart is truly found. And though the cup is not complete, its warmth still feels so bittersweet. Half cup of sunlight, half of me, still enough to make me see. The sky's not full, but it's still wide, and love still stirs from deep inside. Half cup of sunlight, half a song, still enough to carry on. No perfect glass,
mirror shows a line or two, a sign of time, a hint of truth. I used to chase what I could prove. Now I just breathe and call it proof. The plans I made, they came and went. The dreams I lost were well spent. The things I missed, the hearts I knew, they built the peace I'm walking through. I've tried to fill the empty space with words and winds I can't replace. But every day the same sun shines and tells me what's already mine. Maybe that's enough, this simple life, this gentle love. No higher place, no perfect climb, just being here in borrowed time. Maybe that's enough, no need for gold or grand applause. The heart still beats, the sky still moves, and maybe that's enough. I've heard the noise, I've played the part, I've worn the smile, I've hid the scars. But peace was never found in fame. It's in the quiet where hearts remain. A cup of coffee soft and still, a window seat, a morning chill. The world feels right, it's not too much, just warmth that I can touch. I used to think I had to fight to prove my worth, to chase the light. But now I know the brightest flame can burn from nothing's name. Maybe that's enough, this simple life, this gentle love. No higher place, no perfect climb, just being here in borrowed time. Maybe that's enough, no need for gold or grand applause. The heart still beats, the sky still moves, and maybe that's enough. Ooh, the world will rush, it always will, but I can't choose to just be still. The greatest gift, the quiet kind, is peace I finally find. Maybe that's enough, this song, this breath, this little love. No need to run, no need to climb, I'm home in my own time. Maybe that's enough, the rain, the sun, the push, the hush, the world still turns, the stars still prove that maybe that's enough. The light drifts down, the noise fades slow, and peace is all I know.
Your voice drifts soft across the bed, a sleepy smile, a kiss instead. The kettle hums a lazy song, the kind of peace we've had so long. The window glows in amber haze, our sleepy hearts begin to raise. You touch my cheek, I find my way through honey light and soft cafe. We don't need to chase the hours, the morning feels like it's all ours. Let's melt inside this gentle hue, the world can wait, me and you. Honey morning, sweet and slow, let the daylight overflow. Every toast turns gold. You hum a song you used to know. I laugh and spill, you kiss my hand. We make no plans, we just understand. Outside the rain begins to play, a jazz beat tapping on the clay. We dance a little half awake, in rhythm only we can make. No crowded streets, no busy sound, just your soft heartbeat all around. The scent of warmth, the taste of time, your love is reason, rhythm, rhyme. Honey morning, sweet and slow, let the daylight overflow. Every breath a gentle tune, floating softly through the room. Honey morning, love so true, every sunrise starts with you. No rush, no rules, no grand design, just your hand resting next to mine. Ooh, the world outside can spin away, I'll stay wrapped in this lazy day. The sugar melts, the laughter stays, we write our love in quiet ways. No diamond shine, no roses bloom, just your scent filling up the room. And when the clouds begin to part, you're still the rhythm of my heart. You whisper, don't go yet, solo. I smile, where else would I go? The air tastes like vanilla rain, and peace runs softly through my veins. Oh, honey morning, sweet and slow, let the golden hours flow. Every breath a gentle tune, the scent of love in afternoon. Honey morning, love so true, every sunrise starts with you. No rush, no rules, no grand design, just your heart beating close to mine. The kettle stops, the world resumes, but still your warmth fills every room. Honey morning, it stays new. Every day begins with you.
Steam rises slow like thoughts of you. A quiet hum the daylight drew. The window holds a silver hue, while dreams dissolve in drops of dew. I pour a cup, it meets the air. The scent of warmth is everywhere. Your laughter lingers soft and sweet, like sugar melting at my feet. Paper folds, the kettle sings, the world begins its gentle spin. Our photographs beside the sink, your eyes still shine, they make me think of all the days we never planned, yet somehow walked them hand in hand. Love never shouted, never burned, it simply waited, then returned. And though the seasons come and go, I find you in the things I know, in coffee cups and early rain, in whispered songs that ease the pain. You're the calm within my cup, the reason I keep waking up. Every sip a soft embrace, the taste of you I can't replace. Even if the world should part, you're the coffee in my heart. The clock moves slow, the sunlight bends across the floor where morning ends. I watch the shadows start to fade and think of choices choices that we made. No grand goodbyes, no last regrets, just quiet truth the soul forgets. I never needed diamond rings, just peace that simple loving brings. I still recall your sleepy grin, you're half awake, come closer in. The scent of toast, the jazz on low, the way your hand said all I'd know. Some people love with words that shine, but ours was brewed like vintage wine. Time cooled the cup, yet kept the flame, and morning still repeats your name. If fate should pour another chance to fill this life with sweet romance, I'd choose the same slow, quiet start. No rush, no fear, just heart to heart. For every road and every place, I'd still remember how you taste. Not bitter now, but smooth and clear like peace that settles after years. So here's to love that never fades, to gentle hands and sunny days, to all the things we can't restart. You'll always be the coffee in my heart. The coffee in my heart.
The world wakes slow, no need to run. The morning hum feels almost done. A silver cup, a steady hand, the simple things I understand. No race to win, no proof to find, just air and breath that feel aligned. The noise can wait, the clock can fade. I live inside the peace I've made. I used to hold my dreams too tight, afraid they'd vanish overnight. But love is calm, not wild or loud. It grows beneath the passing crowd. You show me how to breathe again, to trust the soft instead of wind. And now this quiet feels like grace, a song that time cannot erase. The gentle truth, it took a while, but now it lives behind my smile. Morning ease, you move through me, soft and warm intentionally. Not too bright, but always near, the kind of peace I needed here. I don't need storms, I don't need praise, just this calm that softly stays. The coffee cools, the window sings of distant cars and subtle things. I hear your voice inside the tone that tells me I am not alone. The world can spin, the world can wait. I'll meet it slow, I'll meet it straight. This is enough, the day, the start, the quiet beating of my heart. I used to think I had to shine, but now the glow is simply mine. Morning ease, you move through me, soft and warm intentionally. Not too loud, not forced to please, just a song that helps me breathe. You remind me how to stay present in the simplest way. Maybe joy is never loud, it hums beneath the busy crowd. Maybe love is found in lessons, silence shaped by tenderness. The world won't know this kind of art, but I can feel it in my heart. Every dawn this truth remains, peace is quiet, not contained. So let the morning find my face unhurried steps, unguarded grace. No need to fight, no need to chase, just life unfolding at its pace. Morning ease, I'm finally free. The world begins inside of me.
The city yawns, the cars drift by, a sleepy trumpet hums nearby. I sit beside the window glow, watching people come and go. Steam from my cup curls slow and thin, the warmth is soft against my skin. Somehow this quiet feels complete, a blue mug, a quiet street. No plans, no race to chase the day, just jazz and morning slipping away. I close my eyes and breathe it deep, this little piece I get to keep. Blue mug, quiet street where every heartbeat keeps its beat. No noise, no rush, no need to run, just me and the rising sun. Blue mug, quiet street, the world outside still half asleep, and in this hush I start to see the gentlest part of me. A cat walks slow across the lane, the smell of bread, the sound of rain. Somebody hums a tune below, a melody I used to know. A paper plane drifts down the hall, time forgets to move at all. I sip again, the flavor sweet, my heart learns how to beat. The moments bloom like jazz in spring, a tender chord on every string. I used to hurry just to prove, now I stay still and let life move. Blue mug, quiet street where every heartbeat keeps its beat. No noise, no rush, no need to run, just me and the rising sun. Blue mug, quiet street, the world outside still half asleep, and in this hush I start to see the gentlest part of me. Once I thought I needed thunder to make my story sound complete. The peace was hiding right here under the rhythm of these empty streets. Now the morning paints my window gold, and I'm not scared of growing old. The coffee cools, the light runs deep. Blue mug, quiet street, the world can wait just one more sip. The jasmine hums, the sunlight drips, nothing to chase, nothing to keep, just peace and breath and me. Blue mug, quiet street, my favorite place, my small retreat. No need to rush, no need to prove, the slowest heart still learn to move. Blue mug, quiet street, the sound of life so bittersweet. And if the day forgets my name, I'll still feel just the same. Steam fades, the rhythm ends, the city wakes, the dream begins. I take one last sip before I leave. Blue mug, quiet street.
The morning hums, the window sighs, the city wakes beneath blue skies. You pour your laugh into my tea, and suddenly it's all I need. No crowded dreams, no restless plans, just quiet warmth between our hands. The world outside can rush and spin, but peace begins when you walk in. The sunlight moves where you belong. My disappear. The room feels white, the walls seem kind. You rearrange the weight in my mind. No grand design, no big reveal, just simple truth in what I feel. The quiet hum of life's refrain. You teach me joy without the strain. It's not the dream I used to chase. It's softer now. It's just your face. You make the air feel light. You make my morning sound just right. Each note you breathe becomes my tune, like sunlight pouring into June. You make the air feel free, like time forgot the need to flee. And every glance you leave behind turns weight to warmth inside my mind. Maybe peace was always near, hidden till you brought it clear. Maybe love's not loud or wild, but calm and kind and reconciled. And if the world should start to spin, I'll find my ground where you begin. The morning hums, the shadows fade. The light returns to what we've made. I don't need stars, I don't need night. You make the air feel light.
The streets are slow, the air feels mild. The world's still waking half in style. The paper waits beside my cup, and I don't care to pick it up. The phone's asleep, the clock's on pause. No deadlines, plans are heavy cause. I breathe and let the morning stay. Halfway to Sunday, I drift away. The city hums beneath my feet, a rhythm soft, a gentle beat. And for a while I'm free to be a man who simply lets things be. Halfway to Sunday, I'm halfway alive. Between the rush and peace that I survive. No need to win, no need to prove, just finding calm in something smooth. Halfway to Sunday, I slow my mind, leave all the noise and work behind. The world can spin, I'll stay this way. Halfway to Sunday. The coffee cools, I hum a tune. The jazzman croons a soft monsoon. The window glows with yellow haze, and I get lost in simple days. The week was long, it took its due, but now the skies are softer hue. I sip the peace I've come to crave, like morning waves that gently save. They say success is never rest, but I think peace might be the best. If life's a race, I'll take a seat and let the silence taste so sweet. The sirens fade, the traffic slows, the sunlight warms the tips of toes. A lazy tune, a whispered tone, I'm fine right here alone. Halfway to Sunday, I'm halfway alive. Between the rush and peace that I survive. No need to chase, no need to climb, just let the music set the time. Halfway to Sunday, I lose the ache, I give more than I meant to take. The world can spin, I'll let it play. Halfway to Sunday. Ooh, maybe life was meant to breathe, not always run, not always leave. The slower song, the softer flame, still burns but doesn't blame. So let me drift, just let me be. Half dream, half melody. The sky's not blue, it's somewhere gray, and I love it that way. I'll call my mom, I'll read that book, I'll sit exactly where I look. No race, no plan, no grand cliche. Just halfway to Sunday. Halfway to Sunday, I'm halfway alive. Between the rush and peace that I survive. No finish line, no one to blame. Just slowing down inside my name. Halfway to Sunday, the world's brand new. A little less gray, a little more blue. If peace had sound, I'd hear it say, you're halfway to Sunday. Maybe that's enough for today.
There are letters on the table, folded neatly side by side. I've read them all 100 times, but never learned to say goodbye. The ink has faded soft and thin, but every word still pulls me in. You wrote of dreams of Sunday skies. Now all that's left are quiet sighs. I used to think the heart would break, but some things only bend and ache, and love, it doesn't fade or die. It just learns how to say why. Letters on the table still whisper your name. No tears, no label, just echoes that remain. I keep them like a story of love we couldn't save. Letters on the table, a heart I couldn't break. The sunlight hits the paper folds like gentle warmth on something old. I trace your words, they still feel new. A little sad, a little true. The world has moved, but I stay still. I learn to breathe against my will, and every day I make my peace with all the things I couldn't keep. I almost sent one last reply, but sometimes silence feels more kind. Your voice still hums when nights are cold, a melody I still behold. It doesn't hurt the way it did, it just reminds me that we lived. Letters on the table still whisper your name. No tears, no label, just echoes that remain. I keep them like a story of love we couldn't save. Letters on the table, a heart I couldn't break. Ooh, I've learned that time rewrites the tone. It turns goodbyes to a soft unknown. And though the ink may slowly fade, the warmth inside won't drift away. I pour some tea, I turn the page, the quiet hum of memories age, and in the light I softly see you're still a part of me. Not every story needs an end, some just stay open. Letters on the table still whisper through time. They hum of love so stable, even past its prime. I'll leave them where they're able to rest but never fade. Letters on the table, the peace we never made. The room grows calm, the shadows fall, and somehow I don't mind at all. The letters stay, the heart feels new.
dream of city lights, of crowded rooms and sleepless nights, the rush, the sound, the golden flame. I thought that's how you win the game, but I've found peace in quieter ways, in honest work, in simple days. The kettle hums, the hours pass, the sunlight spills across the glass. It took a while for me to see that joy's not loud, it's quietly free. In tiny things the heart retraces. We build our home in small places. Home in small places where laughter softly stays. In morning talks, in rainy walks, in hearts that never stray. Home in small places, not grand but full of grace. I found my peace, I found my song in love's familiar face. I've chased the world, I've lost my way. I've seen the lights all fade to gray, but one warm meal, one steady hand can teach the soul to understand. The older I get, the less I need. A little kindness, that's all indeed. A quiet smile, a simple tune can fill the empty room. And when the stars begin to glow, I see the truth I used to know. It's not the crown or grand embraces, it's finding home in small places. Home in small places where laughter softly stays. In morning talks, in rainy walks, in hearts that never stray. Home in small places, not grand but full of grace. I found my peace, I found my song in love. Ooh, the quiet winds, the loud can fade. The strongest hearts are softly made. And though the years can turn and bend, it's small things that don't end. A window's glow, a gentle hand, the peace that few can understand. The sweetest joy that time replaces is coming home to small places. Home in small places, the light on your embrace. In steady rain, in joy or pain, it all still feels the same. Home in small places, my heart forever stays. I found my peace, I found my grace in small and loving spaces. The day winds down, the air turns cold, but warmth remains from tales retold. No need for more, no grander chases. I'm home in small places.
You asked me how the rain feels now. I smiled and said it's warmer somehow. We talked until the morning light about nothing that ever felt so right. You brushed your hand across my sleeve, a tiny touch I can't believe. The world grew quiet, soft and new, like it was waiting just for you. Every word feels half unsaid, every glance stays in my head. It's not thunder, it's it's not fire, just a slow and growing desire. Maybe it's love, I can't be sure. It's something calm I can't ignore. It's not a rush, it's not the flame. It's peace that softly speaks my name. Maybe it's love, this gentle tune that hums between the sun and moon. I don't need proof, I just feel enough. Maybe it's love. The cafe hums, your eyes still glow. The rain keeps tapping soft and low. You tell a joke I barely hear. My heart's too loud when you are near. Your voice, it drifts like cinnamon air. It finds me calm, it keeps me there. And though I don't know what this means, it colors all my in-betweens. Every laugh stays on replay. Every sigh rewrites my day. It's not lightning, it's not sky, just the truth I can't deny. Maybe it's love, I can't be sure. It's something calm I can't ignore. It's not a rush, it's not the flame. It's peace that softly speaks my name. Maybe it's love, this gentle tune that hums between the sun and moon. I don't need proof, I just feel enough. Maybe it's love. Ooh, the way you stir your cup and smile makes silence last a little while. You ask if I believe in fate. I nod, but words just hesitate. If this is love, then let it stay. A jazz refrain that never fades away. No grand reveal, no higher ground. Just warmth in every sound. You say my name, I can't reply. I'm lost beneath your amber sky. The coffee cools, the daylight fades, but something beautiful remains. Maybe it's love, I can't be sure. It feels like home I've longed for. It's not a fire, it's not a fight. It's finding calm in morning light. Maybe it's love, this melody that lives where gentle hearts should be. No need for words, it's clear enough. Maybe it's love. The street grows still, the daylight bends, but I don't want this morning to end. You smile again, my heart gives up. Maybe it's love.
The morning breaks with gentle light, a world reborn from quiet night. The air is cool, the streets still sleep, and I find dreams I meant to keep. A sparrow hums a simple tune. The sun climbs soft, a silver moon. The city yawns, begins to glow, and I remember how love grows. I used to chase a grand design, a bigger dream, a brighter sign. But every plan just passed me by, while small things kept my heart alive. Your laughter through the telephone, a warm hello when I felt alone. The way you said take time to breathe became the faith I now believe. The world won't stop for broken plans, but life still fits within our hands. The smallest smile, the softest word can wake the soul that's gone unheard. Every day miracle, you're the reason I still try. The color in my ordinary sky. I don't need thunder, sound of love when you call my name. Everyday miracle, you make it all feel right. A whisper of peace in the morning light. The market hums, the children play. The scent of bread drifts down the way. An old man hums a tune he knows. The rhythm steady as it goes. The world is made of borrowed time, of fleeting stars that softly shine. But in this moment here and true, the miracle I see is you. When evening paints the sky with gold and shadows stretch and hearts grow bold, I'll still recall this quiet grace, the sunlight resting on your face. The road is long, but I don't mind. I've left the dark and doubt behind, because I've learned what love can do. It turns a gray sky to blue. Maybe we're small in endless space, but kindness leaves a brighter trace. The stars may fade, the days may flee, but hope begins with you and me. A touch, a laugh, a gentle start, that's how we mend the human heart. You taught me how to see the sign that miracles are never mine. So here's to mornings, soft and slow, to every seed we choose to sow, to faith that hides in simple parts, and all the love that lights our hearts. Everyday miracle, I see it clear and true. The world is brighter because of you.
You walked in like an open door. I didn't know what I was waiting for. A quiet smile, the world turned bright. You pulled the dark into the light. Now every street feels half as loud. I hear my heart inside the crowd. You make the noise all fade away. You color gold in every gray. I used to run with restless feet. Oh, now every step feels calm and sweet. You shine in my day like rhythm and laughter, showing the way you lift the weight. You clear the sky, you make me dream, you make me try. Stay close, don't fade. This melody's where hope is made. Love feels simple when you say you shine in my day. I used to count the things I missed, the plans, the time, the love unkissed. But when your hand reached out to mine, the clock rewound, the stars aligned. We talk of life in smaller tones, of things that make a house a home. And every laugh and every tear becomes a song I wanna hear. No symphony could sound as true as one small yes I found in you. You shine in my day like rhythm and laughter, showing the way you lift the weight. You clear the sky, not grand, it's here to stay. You shine in my day.
Dear me, I hope you're doing fine. You've carried storms through borrowed time. You try too hard to please the crowd, but quiet hearts don't need to be loud. The window glows with golden light. The window glows with golden light. Another chance to make it right. Pour some coffee, breathe it in. Today's a page, let's start again. Don't rush to fix what's not yet broken. Some words are best left softly spoken. You're learning still, and that's okay. The sunlight loves you anyway. This is the letter I'll send myself, folded and worn from the morning shelf. No stamps, no lines, just words that heal, reminding me what's real when the world grows cold and cruel and dreams feel far away. I'll open up this letter and read what I meant to say. Dear me, forgive the nights you cried. You never failed for having tried. Those heavy hearts, those restless years, they shape the rhythm of your tears. You learned to dance when music stopped, to love the blooms that others dropped. You built a life from little things, like quiet jazz and gentle strings. Don't count the scars as signs of loss, they're proof you paid the bridge's cost. The rivers calm, the lesson deep, pieces earned in broken sleep. This is the letter I'll send myself, written in calm and candle smell. No need for ink to prove it's true. The love I needed came from you. When shadows stretch and colors fade and I forget what light can do, I'll open up this letter and find my way back through. Ooh, I'm not chasing anymore, I'm not fighting every war. The mirror shows a friend tonight, not someone I need to put right. And if the noise comes crashing in, I'll hum this melody again. Just me, a cup and early blue. Dear me, I still believe in you. Take a breath, it says you're enough. I trace the words, the paper rough. Outside the street begins to hum, but my heart stays calm and numb. This is the letter I'll send myself, folded in peace from the morning shelf. Each line a promise, soft and true, to live with grace in all I do. If tomorrow shakes my fragile soul and I forget how far I've come, I'll open up this letter and remember where I'm from. Signed with sunlight, sealed in rain, love and loss, they feel the same. But every dawn will softly turn. A letter I'll send myself.
We talk about the weather's mood, the plans we miss, the morning food. Your laughter falls between the lines like sunshine caught in shifting blinds. No promises, no polished play, just comfort found in what we say. And in your tone I hear it clear, love's the sound that soft, it's real, it's not the crowd. There's a smile between the words where the quiet heart is heard. Every pause a sweet refrain, every glance a soft champagne. We don't need to spell it out, the meaning's there without a doubt. Love just hums without concern in the smile between the words. The coffee cools, the window sways, the world keeps spinning anyway. You tilt your head, I catch the cue, and every look says I see you. We drift in calm, we breathe in peace. The rush outside begins to cease. It's not the grand, it's not rehearsed, it's found in hearts that put love first. No symphony could sound this sweet, a simple joy when our eyes meet. There's a smile between the words where the quiet truth occurs. No stage, no script, no grand applause, just love that blooms without a cause. We don't chase the perfect line, we speak in peace, your heart on mine. Love just hums without concern in the smile between the words. Maybe life is built on small moments we can still recall. Every laugh and every tear just says I'm home when you are near. The world outside can change its tune, but I'll be safe right here with you. So let the morning find us slow with gentle things we'll never show. I don't need grand, I've already heard. All I need's that smile between the words. Smile between the words.
The coffee's cold, the light is gray. You must have left before the day. Your coat is gone, the room's half bare, but peace still lingers in the air. The curtain sways, the kettle hums, the morning feels like what we've become. No sudden storm, no crash, no sound, just quiet hearts that lost their ground. I thought we'd end in shouts and rain, but endings whisper soft, not pain. You didn't cry, I didn't plead, just silence growing like a seed. Letters on the counter folded twice, a single word can break the ice. You wrote be well and take your time, in coffee stains and crooked lines. Letters on the counter, calm and plain, no hate, no tears, just quiet rain. If love must fade, then let it be, this gentle kind of honesty. I read it once, then once again. Each line feels softer than it's been. You said we lost the words to try, and somehow I don't wonder why. The toast still waits, the butter melts, the room remembers how it felt. Two mugs, one clean, one left behind, a perfect and a fragile kind. You always said it's small things break, like empty chairs or hands that shake. I never knew till this quiet scene that peace could feel so bittersweet. No storm, no fight, no final plea, just morning soft simplicity. We left our love where sunlight bends, with no regret, just two old friends. Letters on the counter folded twice, a single word can break the ice. You wrote be well and take your time, in coffee stains and crooked lines. Letters on the counter, calm and plain, no hate, no tears, just quiet rain. If love must fade, then let it be, this gentle kind of honesty. Ooh, the record spins, the room exhales, the scent of us in every detail. The kind of love that never screams, it ends like softly waking dreams. I wish you joy, I sunlight falls, the paper gleams. We said enough between the seams. Letters on the counter folded twice, a silent truth in thin disguise. You wrote, be well and take your time, in shaky strokes and tender lines. Letters on the counter, calm and plain. No hate, no tears, just quiet rain. And though you're gone, I still can see that love was kind to me. Maybe this is how love should end. Not in fire, but in peace.
The night feels soft, the lights are low. The city hums in gentle glow. Your shadow falls along with mine. Our footsteps keep in perfect time. The world's still busy, but not for me. I only hear your voice, so free. You talk about the silly things, like stars that hum instead of sing. And though the road is small and plain, it feels like home again. No words we need to say tonight. Your hand in mine feels right. Walk me home slowly, let the minutes last. No need to hurry, let the world go past. Every breath beside you feels like something true. Walk me home slowly, I'll stay close to you. The breeze carries our laughter thin. The moonlight paints your quiet grin. You say it's late, I say not yet. The night's a song we won't forget. I count the lights, the steps we take. Each one a wish will never break. And even if tomorrow calls, tonight's the best of all. The streetlights glow like silver rain. They blur, but I remain. No rush, no end, no need to part. You're already home inside my heart. Walk me home slowly, let the minutes last. No need to hurry, let the world go past. Every breath beside you feels like something true. Walk me home slowly, I'll stay close to you. Ooh, time can fade, the night can fall, but this small piece outshines it all. The stars can dim, the streets can sleep, but love like this runs slow and deep. I don't need grand, I don't need more, just quiet roads we've walked before. And when you smile, the whole world seems to hum along my dreams. Walk me home slowly through the silver air. No need to know where, just knowing you're there. Every step beside you feels like something new. Walk me home slowly, and I'll fall for you. The lights grow faint, the street turns small, but peace surrounds it all. You whisper low, I answer to
years go fast, the stories fade, the plans we built, the moves we made. But what remains when time unwinds is all the kindness left behind. A word, a smile, a helping hand, the things that hearts still understand. We can't take much when days are through, but love remembers what we do. The world won't care for what we own, but it will echo what we've shown. A gentle heart, a listening ear can outlast every year. The kindness we leave behind, that's the light that never dies. Through every storm, through every mind, it lingers in the skies. The kindness we leave behind is the truth that stands in time. When all is gone, what stays alive is the kindness we leave behind. I've seen the race for more and more, but peace is found in keeping score. A moment small of hearts we touch, that's what this life should mean to us. A stranger's smile, a soft hello, a gesture only we may know. It cost us little but can heal, the kind of love that's real. Someday we'll fade like ocean foam, but kindness builds another home. A ripple through another soul, that's how the story's told. The kindness we leave behind, that's the light that never dies. Through every storm, through every mind, it lingers in the skies. The kindness we leave behind, it's the truth that stands in time. When all is gone, what stays alive is the kindness we leave behind. Ooh, we may not change the world we see, but hearts remember. Touch, a word, a passing grace can heal a time and place. The simplest act, the smallest care can teach the lost that love is there. And when we're gone, it softly hums. Our kindness carries on. The kindness we leave behind, like stars in endless night. Through every tear, through every kind, it glows in borrowed light. The kindness we leave behind, it's the song of humankind. And when I fade, I'll rest my mind in the kindness left behind. So when I go, I hope they'll say he left some warmth along the way. No gold, no crown, just peace refined in the kindness left behind. In the kindness left behind. The sunlight resting on the floor, the same soft glow I've seen before. Your shadow hums along the wall while coffee steams and curtains fall. The city sighs beyond our glass, but here the moments never pass. Your hands still warm from dreams below, in this room where the light stays slow. No need to chase the hours gone, they'll come again, they'll carry on. The quiet hums a gentle tune that sounds like love in bloom. Where the light stays low, that's where I want to go. No hurry, no tomorrow plan, just the calm of your open hand. Where the light stays low, the world turns soft and low, and everything I've come to know feels right where the light stays slow. Voice half sweet, the jazz from vinyl skips a beat. I laugh, you look, and time just bends. The day begins, it never ends. No crowded sound, no heavy schemes, just whispers weaving through our dreams. You pour the milk, the colors blend like peace that never has to end. The morning drifts on velvet strings, and I can hear what silence sings.
stays slow, that's where I want to go. No hurry, no tomorrow plan, just the calm of your open hand. Where the lights stay slow, the world turns soft and low, and everything I've come to know feels right where the lights stay slow. Ooh, you lean in close, I breathe you in. A quiet start, a gentle spin. The bass line sways, the kettle hums. Our little world where morning comes. If time should call, we'll let it wait. No need to lock or guard the gate. The light outside can ebb and flow. We'll stay where the light stays slow. You say don't change a thing, I know, just let it ring. The jazz, the air, the afterglow. Where the light stays slow. Where the light stays slow, that's where I want to go. Your heartbeat hums, the candles glow, and love feels more than I can show. Where the light stays slow, forever feels this close. If I could freeze the world, I know I'd keep it where the light stays slow. The sun moves on, the colors fade, but peace is something we have made. So even when the daylight goes, my heart stays where the light stays slow.
The clock hums low at 9:30. Another sunrise, another try. I lace my shoes, step out the door. The city hums like it did before, but something soft begins to bloom. A memory drifts, it fills the room. I see your face in morning haze, and suddenly the world's a maze. A crowded train, 1,000 sides, but I still see your gentle eyes. Between the noise I hear your tone. It tells me I'm not all alone. You taught me love's not loud or grand. It's reaching out, it's holding hands. It's little words we fail to say. It somehow mean the most each day. When every dream feels far and small, your voice becomes my wake-up call. You turn the gray to golden skies. You light the truth behind disguise. You're my reason today. When the sunlight feels too far away, you're the quiet in the storm, the gentle pull that keeps me warm. In this rush, in this endless maze, you're my reason today. The cafe hums a lazy tune, a faded jazz beneath the noon. The waiter smiles, the crowd moves slow, and I still hear the way you spoke. You said don't chase the world so fast. The sweetest dreams are meant to last. To know the days all slip apart, your echo lingers in my heart. At 5 p.m. the streets ignite with tired souls and city light. I watch reflections on the glass and think of how these hours pass. You taught me life's not what we own, but who we hold when night is grown. And though you're miles and miles away, your warmth still finds me anyway. Sometimes I stumble, sometimes I hide, but love still walks close by my side. You gave me faith without a word, a melody I always heard. And when I lose my place or plan, you take my hand, remind me I can. Your name becomes the prayer I say. You're the reason I stay. The moon climbs high, the noise is gone. Another day, but life goes on. I breathe the night, I softly pray. Thank God you were my reason today. You're my reason today.
moon's ways, a golden haze. You breathe my name in softer ways. No grand hello, no big surprise. Just morning warmth behind your eyes. The city hums but feels so far. Our little room becomes a star. We talk in whispers, lose the time. Your hand in mine, the perfect rhyme. The world outside can wait a while. I'm staying here inside your smile. Golden morning love, the kind that lingers when the day turns rough. You make the sunlight feel brand new. Every moment glows because of you. Golden morning love, you fit like the air I'm breathing up. No need to rush, no need to prove. Just stay in this golden morning love. The coffee steams, the clock ticks slow. Your laughter hums, a gentle glow. We move in rhythm, half awake. Our hearts learn songs they didn't make. You pour your thoughts like water clear, and I feel peace just knowing you're near. The world can spin, the hours can run, but we already found our sun. And if the noise should break our calm, your voice will be my sweetest balm. Golden morning love, the kind that softens all I'm thinking of. You turn the shadows into hue. Every color bends around you. Golden morning love, a melody the sky dreams of. Every breath, each look, each move feels like this golden morning love. We don't need stories to explain why peace can bloom inside the rain. We don't need fireworks or fame, just hearts that hum the same refrain. And when the daylight starts to climb, I'll thank this life for giving time. For every dawn it's clear enough, you are my golden morning love. So let the hours fade to white. We'll keep this warmth beyond the night. No better prayer, no simpler truth. My heart begins and ends with you. Golden morning love, you stay. The quiet light that fills my day.
The toast pops up, the kettle sighs. You smile with sleep still in your eyes. The radio hums a gentle tune. The morning's painted soft and soon. You pull my hand without a word. The quietest song I've ever heard. Bare feet slide across the floor. Time forgets what clocks are for. No chandelier, just sunlight gold. A rhythm warm, a story told. We move in circles, slow and kind. Your heartbeat close to mine. Kitchen slow dance, 8:15. I should be leaving, but I'll be late. Your laughter melts the ticking hands. We sway like jazz that understands. Kitchen slow dance, simple and true. Every morning starts with you. The coffee steams between our breaths. You hum a line, the world resets. Your sweater smells like sugar and rain. Every note erases pain. Outside the city starts to stir, but here it's just the sound of her. Porcelain clinks, the rhythm sweet. Our shadows spin beneath our feet. No rush, no reason, no command. Just your touch, my open hand. We dance in slippers, soft and slow. In love the way that mornings know. Kitchen slow dance, 8:15. I should be leaving, but I'll be late. Your laughter melts the floor creaks like it's keeping time. You whisper, don't go yet, it's fine. I laugh and say, just one more spin, and morning starts again. The kitchen slow dance, 8:15. The toast is cold, but it tastes great. Your laughter hums the sweetest band. We sway like jazz that understands. Kitchen slow dance, forever new. Every sunrise begins with you. The radio fades, the clock resumes, but your smile still fills the room. If heaven's real, I hope it feels like this kitchen and you.
The morning hums a gentle tune. The air still holds the touch of June. I pour the milk, the sunlight streams, and find you living in my dreams. The coffee brews, the window sways. The world begins in softer ways, and every sound and every hue turns into a day that feels like you. The calm you bring, it stays the same. The world slows down when I say your name. It's a day that feels like you. Every color, every view. Nothing loud yet everything's clear. Peace is easy when you're near. It's a day that feels like you. Warm and honest, calm and true. Every breath and sky of blue becomes a day that feels like you. The streets that used to fade, but now they hum with love we made. The shops, the lights, the gentle rain, all whisper songs that know your name. I used to rush, I used to chase. Now time just waits inside your space. The smallest things, the simplest few, all bloom into a day like you. You don't even have to try. You turn my gray to open sky. It's a day that feels like you. Every color, every hue, every sound I once passed through feels alive because of you. It's a day that feels like you. Soft and steady, pure and new. The air itself feels kind and true. It's a day that feels like you. Maybe love's not what we find, but how we see through gentler eyes. You changed my way of being here. Now life just sounds the way you hear. And if the world should fade to gray, you'd still paint light in every day. So let the hours drift and fall. Your warmth still echoes through it all. No need to speak, no need to do. The world feels right, feels like you. We said goodbye beneath the dawn. No angry words, just moving on. The city slept, the air was still, but peace began where love stood still. The roads will take us far apart, but kindness lingers in the heart. And though the tears have had their time, I'll keep your warmth inside of mine. Every end becomes a start in the quiet of the heart. We may lose what we can't defend, but love will find a way to mend. One day we'll laugh again like sunlight after rain. The memories won't burn or sting, they'll hum a softer tune and sing. One day we'll laugh again and feel the peace within. No need for what or why or when, just knowing we will laugh again. The nights were long, but time is kind. It leaves the pain but frees the mind. And though the past still whispers low, the wind has learned to let it go. I see your face in passing crowds, in fading lights and silver clouds. And somehow even through the ache I smile for all the love we made. The heart remembers what it should, not every scar, but all the good. And in that truth I softly find you never truly left my mind. One day we'll laugh again like sunlight after rain. The memories won't burn or sting, they'll hum a softer tune and sing. One day we'll laugh again and feel the peace within. No need for what or why or when, just knowing we will laugh again. Ooh, time can wash the sharpest pain like rivers meeting. And even if we fade apart, we live in corners of the heart. I'll wish you love, I'll wish you light and gentle dreams on quiet nights. And when the years have turned and flown, we'll smile at how much we have grown. One day we'll laugh again and call it what it's been. The sweetest part of who we were still lives in every blur. One day we'll laugh again and love will find its pen to write us soft and not pretend that endings never end. The morning hums, the skies are clear. I feel your memory draw near. And though the moment's long since then, I know we'll laugh again.
The night was long, the stars were dim, the path ahead looked far and thin. But morning came, the curtains rose, and light revealed what no one knows. I've walked through doors that closed too soon, and waited under silent moons. But every dawn has softly shone that dreams still find their own. The days may turn, the plans may fade, but hope's the house that hearts have made. And though the past feels hard to borrow, there's peace in each tomorrow. Through the windows of tomorrow, the sunlight starts to flow through the cracks of what I've lost. New flowers start to grow. The windows of tomorrow, they shine beyond the pain. And even when I don't yet know, the light will come again. The mirror shows the man I've been, a little tired but still within. Each scar a map, each loss a friend. They guide me where the roads might bend. I feared the fall, I've missed the signs, but life still moves in crooked lines. And though I've stumbled, though I've cried, I've learned to see the brighter side. The rain still falls, the wind still blows, and gentle always grows. It's not the end, it's not the sorrow, it's just the start of tomorrow. Through the windows of tomorrow, the sunlight starts to flow. Through the cracks of what I've lost, new flowers start to grow. The windows of tomorrow, they shine beyond the pain. And even when I don't yet know, the light will come again. Ooh, I used to hide from what's unknown, but courage blooms when hearts have grown. And though the glass may still be cracked, the sky reflects what I once lacked. Each morning hums, you still can try. Each shadow fades, each tear runs dry. And all that's gone has shown me how to start again right now. Through the windows of tomorrow, the sunlight finds my face. It paints the dreams I left behind with kindness and with grace. The windows of tomorrow, they hum a brighter tune, and every dawn reminds my soul the world begins too soon. So let the light come soft and slow. I'll find my way as mornings grow, and through those windows clear and wide, I'll see my hope inside. The evening leans on faded skies. The sunlight drips through tired eyes. The world slows down, the city sighs, and time forgets to compromise. Your shadow dances on the wall, a tender grace, the softest fall. The day dissolves in amber hue, and every breath reminds me you. The coffee's cold, but I don't mind. Your laughter lingers sweet and kind. I trace the warmth your fingers left, the ghost of touch, the gentle theft. Outside, the street lamps start to glow, their golden hum the after show. And though the night begins to rise, your love still paints the evening skies. I used to chase the brighter flame, but peace arrived when you came. You showed me life's not loud or fast, it's quiet hearts that always last. Golden hours don't fade away, hold me close through the end of day. Let this light stay soft and slow between the dusk and afterglow. Golden hours, you're all I see, the world feels right when you're with me. The record spins a jazz refrain, a dusty tune that calls your name. We hum along, no words, no plan, just rhythm resting hand in hand. Your eyes reflect the evening's grace, a little sun still on your face. And though the world keeps turning fast, I want this stillness here to last. You pour some wine, the candles gleam, the room dissolves into a dream. The curtains breathe, the shadows play, and night begins to slip away. If time could freeze between the sands. Maybe love is not a spark, but gentle light that warms the dark. Maybe peace is not a sound, but knowing home is where you're found. And if tomorrow drifts apart, I'll keep tonight inside my heart. For every dawn that comes anew will carry traces still of you. The city hums beneath the stars. We're small, but love is who we are. So let this glow be what remains, a golden hour through joy and pain. The evening fades, but still it shows. You are my light, my golden glow. The morning starts without a sign, but something moves beneath the line. The world still hums, the street still spins, and I feel life beneath my skin. The days were hard, I lost my ground, but somehow peace is what I found. A clearer voice begins to say, there's still a light, a brighter way. The scars don't fade, but they don't win. They're proof of where my heart has been. I'm walking down this brighter way, where every tear has learned to stay. They shine like glass, they light my road. They tell me I'm not made of stone. The wind still blows, the sky's still wide, and hope walks softly by my side. I've lost, I've grown, I've learned to say, I'm finding love a brighter way. The city calls, the noise begins, but I still hum what peace has been. I watch the crowd
turns a brighter way. So if I fall, don't pull me fast, just let me learn the way it lasts. The world's still hard, but that's okay. My heart has found its steady sway. I'll walk, I'll breathe, I'll softly pray. Thank you for this brighter way.
The morning fog wraps round the tracks, a silver sign, no turning back. The whistle hums a faded tune, like sunlight spilling far too soon. My window frames a moving dream of quiet towns and fields of green. A paper cup of coffee shakes with every memory the daylight makes. Each station name a whispered sound of places where we both were found. I count the signs that slip away while chasing ghosts of yesterday. I'm on a train to yesterday, where laughter used to fill the day. The seats still hold the warmth we made before the colors turn to gray. I watch the world drift in reverse through songs we loved and gentle words. A one-way ride, my heart will stay on this train to yesterday. The rhythm hums like brush-based strings. Each beat recalls familiar things. Your shadow sways in window glass, a fleeting smile, the moments pass. The ticket folds inside my hand, like promises we didn't plan. The rails keep singing low and deep, a lullaby that makes me weep. The echoes hide in every bend, the way beginnings meet their end. I whisper low, I hope you're fine, and toast to love we left behind. I'm on a train to yesterday, where laughter used to fill the day. The seats still hold the warmth we made before the colors turn to gray. I watch the world drift in reverse through songs we loved and gentle words. A one-way ride, my heart will stay on this train to yesterday. Ooh, the rails keep time like old jazz drums. The wind outside a tune that hums. Your name still dances on the pane, like morning mist that spells my pain. And though I know you won't appear, your voice still whispers soft and near. The coffee cools, but I can't say I'd trade this right away. The next stop's gone, the speaker cries, but I just smile and close my eyes. I'm not arriving anywhere, I'm only going there. I'm on a train to yesterday, where you and I could drift and stay. The seats still hum with love's refrain, and I would ride it once again. If time could bend, I'd never leave. I'd stay where hearts still make believe. The past feels near, the dawn's still gray. On this train to yesterday, the whistle fades, the rails fall still, but in my chest they're humming still. And though the day pulls me away, part of me stays on the train to yesterday. We don't need to fill the space. The silence holds a softer grace. Your eyes meet mine, the world slows down. No words, no plans, no need for sound. The air is warm, the light is clear. Your presence hums, I feel you near. No loud goodbyes, no grand reply, just something in the quiet sky. You don't explain, you never try, and yet your calm becomes me. Why? There's something in the quiet love that says enough, it's just enough. No melody, no grand refrain, just steady peace that breaks the chain. You never shout, you never hide, and still your love is amplified. There's something true, I can't deny it. The world feels whole inside the quiet. The morning breeze, the turning leaves, the way you breathe, the way I breathe. You pour your calm into the day, and everything just drifts away. We talk in looks, we speak in sighs. The world unfolds between our eyes. No stage, no lights, no need to show. The love we keep is ours to know. I used to fear the still, the slow, but now it's where the love can grow. There's something in the quiet love that lifts the world I'm dreaming of. It's not a song, it's not a prayer, it's simply peace that fills the air. You never rush, you never flee, you move the noise away from me. There's something clear and I can't fight it. My heart begins inside the quiet. Maybe love was always near, waiting for the world to hear. It's not the spark, it's not the fire, it's warmth that stays when dreams retire. And every dawn I see it true, the calm of love begins with you. So let the world keep running fast, we'll find the peace that always lasts. No need to speak, no need to try it. I found my home in something in the quiet. The needle drops, the static hums. A trumpet sighs, the memory comes. The room is dim, the lights are low, and time begins to lose its glow. I pour a drink, the vinyl spins. A fragile sound beneath my skin. It's just a song from '92, but somehow it still sounds like you. Every crack in every line carries echoes I call mine. It's funny how the years decay, but an old record still play. Old records still play, though we both moved away. They hum of nights we couldn't keep, a love too young, of dreams too deep. Old records still play in their warm and faded way, and though the world has turned those songs still know my name. I find the sleeve with faded art, your notes still tucked inside my heart. Don't skip this track, your writing said, and now I know the words by thread. The sax cries low, the drums grow thin, the melody beneath my skin. Each chord a ghost, each homicide of what we were and said goodbye. You loved the way it crackled there, it sounds alive, you used to swear. You said perfection's overrated, it's flaws that make it celebrated. Now I believe those words are true. The scratches sing like me and you. They hold the ache, they hum the grace. A moment's time can't quite erase. Old records still play, though we both moved away. They hum of nights we couldn't keep, of love too young, of dreams too deep. Old records still play in their warm and faded way. And though the world has turned to gray, those songs still know my name. The world's gone digital and clean, but I still chase the hiss between. That space where silence starts to bend, that's where I find you once again. Maybe life's the same refrain, just spun around and played again. We changed the words but not the soul, the melody remains whole. Rackstree still skips where we once danced. You laughed, said fate's got clumsy hands, and maybe it does, but it kept this. Old records still play, and I still drift away. They hum of love that used to be, but somehow still lives quietly. Old records still play through dust and slow decay, and though the years have slipped away, your voice still sings my name. The record ends, that the room keeps humming.
The day begins with quiet grace, a hint of light upon my face. The world still hums, the air feels new, and I find peace in things I do. The coffee warms my trembling hands, the morning slips through golden strands. No need for more, no grand parade, just life in gentle shades. I used to chase what fades too soon, the perfect sun, the silver moon, but now I see through clouds of gray. There's beauty here that wants to stay. They whisper through the day, a smile, a breath, a soft embrace, the sunlight on a stranger's face. Little reasons to stay, they light my cloudy way. And though the world may fall apart, I keep them in my heart. A friend who calls for no big cause, a moment's peace, a quiet pause. The rain that
The street is still, the stars are few. The night unfolds in shades of blue. I pour my thoughts like morning rain and whisper dreams I can't explain. The city sleeps, the world moves slow. I trace the paths I used to know. The moon looks down, it seems to hear the words I've held for all these years. No need for answers, no reply, just silence in the sky. And though the dark can feel too soon, I talk to the moon. Conversations with the moon, where I confess my truth. The hopes I lost, the love I found, the echo still around. Conversations with the moon, they heal what I've been through. No one to judge, no one to prove, just me beneath the moon. The clock ticks off, the air feels kind. I let the noise fall from my mind. Each question fades, each scar feels small. The moon just listens through it all. It never asks, it never turns. It only glows, it only learns. And somehow in that silver light, my heart begins to feel alright. I've said too much, I've said too little, but peace plays in the middle. When my thoughts drift out of tune, I hum to the moon. Conversations with the moon, where I confess my truth. The hopes I lost, the love I found, the echoes still around. Conversations with the moon, they heal what I've been through. No one to judge, no one to prove, just me beneath the moon. Ooh, someday I'll learn to speak the same in silence without name. The light will stay, the pain will fade, and I'll forgive the mess I made. I'll thank the night for all it knew, for showing what was real and true. And every time I feel alone, the moon will guide me home. Conversations with the moon, my heart sings something new. It's not goodbye, it's not too soon, just me beneath the moon. Conversations with the moon, they hum a gentle tune. And when I smile and fade from view, the moon will smile too. The night breathes soft, the stars realign, and peace becomes mine.
The morning air is cool and sweet. The sunlight dances down the street. A record hums a mellow tune, and flowers lean toward the noon. I stir my cup and watch it spin. The world begins its gentle din. No need for rush, no need for noise, just this quiet kind of joy. Every breath feels new somehow. Every moment softens now. I used to need a brighter flame, but peace is calling out my name. It's a quiet kind of joy, a melody streets are slow, the sky half blue. A gentle breeze, a softer hue. You text me hi, I laugh alone. The smallest things can feel like home. The morning stretches long and kind. I hum the tune you left behind. The rhythm steady, warm and true. A quiet joy that feels like you. No need to win, no race to run. The day begins, my heart is one. The noise fades out, the peace comes through. The world turns golden shades of you. It's a quiet kind of joy, a melody I can't destroy. No grand applause, no shining stage, just love that blooms with age. A quiet kind of joy, so tender and so pure. I found the calm I can't avoid. A quiet kind of joy. Ooh, I used to dream of flashing lights, of chasing stars through sleepless nights. But now I see that simple grace in someone's smile in this small space. The jazz plays low, the moments stay. The world outside just drifts away. I close my eyes and softly say, this piece is mine to keep today. I hear your name between the notes, a rhythm warm the morning road. No need for more, no need to try. This joy just lives inside. It's a quiet kind of joy, a love that time cannot destroy. No spark, no noise, no grand display, just hearts that hum the gentle way. A quiet kind of joy, so tender and so true. It's in the calm, it's in the blue. This quiet joy I found in you. The coffee cools, the sunlight fades, but peace remains, it never strays. The world moves fast, but I'll employ my quiet kind of joy.
The clock is slow, the night is thin. Your shadow falls where dreams begin. The air is soft, the lights are low, and silence hums, it starts to grow. You trace the rim of your half-filled glass. Our laughter fades, the moments pass. No words can change the things we know, but hearts still beg to take it slow. The city sleeps, the world feels small. The rain outside begins to fall. You glance away, I catch my breath. That gentle lake, the quiet death. You say it's late, I should be gone, but something trembles in your tone. I reach for you, my hand unsure. Your eyes say stay a little more. The night forgives what days reveal. The truth can wait for Let's not decide what's wrong or right. Just stay with me just for tonight. Stay a little longer, love. Let the dawn wait high above. Hold this silence, hold this grace. Let time forget our final place. Stay a little longer, please, before we fall to memories. One more breath, one more song. Stay a little longer. Ooh. Ooh. Your fingers brush my open palm, a fragile piece, a quiet calm. We talk of things we'll never do, and smile at lies that feel like truth. The record hums a distant tune. The air still smells of sweet perfume. And though we know we've reached the end, I trade forever for this bend. The candle burns, its edges weep. Your hair drifts close, I barely speak. Outside the world begins to stir, but here it's only me and her. No promises, no need to mend, just hearts that learn how nights can bend. If love must fade with morning's light, then let it fade in your arms tonight. I'll take this moment, small but true, this fragile piece I found with you. Tomorrow waits, but not right now. Let's steal this out, we'll find out how. No need to dream of what's beyond. This night's enough, this heart's still fond. Let all the pain and fear suspend until the stars begin to end. Dawn creeps in, the city sighs. We say goodbye with quiet eyes. No tears, no words, no bitter wrong, just whispers fading into song. And if I never hold you longer, this memory will still grow stronger. Stay just a little longer. Just a little longer. Just a little longer.
There's a calm I never knew till the morning came with you. No fireworks, no grand design, just gentle truth, your hand in mine. The world still spins, the traffic hums, but peace begins when daylight comes. Your voice, the sound I didn't see, I start to breathe when you look at me. I don't need a louder dream, you're the glow beneath my street. When you look at me that way, the noise just melts, the world feels my time inside your hands. The simplest words, the softest tone. Remind me I was never alone. You bring the light I thought I lost. You teach me what the silence costs. And in that space I start to see the best of life is you with me. I've been strong, I've been afraid, but peace is something you have made. Ooh, when you look at me that way, the air feels soft, the noise decays. Every scar becomes a sign that love can heal, that heart's alive. You don't try, you just let it be. And I am whole when you look at me. Maybe love's not a storm, but the quiet that feels warm. You don't save me, you don't lead, you're the calm I only need. Every touch a soft decrease. Stay right here, stay close to me. So if the world should fall apart, I'll keep your gaze inside my heart. No grand escape, no fantasy, just truth and grace. When you look at me.
Sunlight spills across the floor, through curtains, half awake once more. The world outside is calm and slow, like whispers only mornings know. My coffee hums a little tune, steam rising like a lazy plume. A record spins with gentle hiss, a quiet kind of happiness. No rush, no call, no place to be, just window light and melody. The city hums but far away, I'm living softly just today. Sunday coffee window, golden hours melt like snow. Every breath a gentle prayer to thank the sun for being there. Sunday coffee window, time forgets the need to go. I close my eyes and let it flow, this peace I've come to know. A sparrow lands upon the rail, the air smells sweet like caramel. I hum along the saxophone, and somehow I don't feel alone. The paper folds with morning news, but I don't read, there's too much blue. I'd rather count the drifting beams and sip the warmth between my dreams. The minutes sway like soft guitars, I lose myself in where we are. It's not a grand or shining view, but everything feels new. Sunday coffee window, golden hours melt like snow. Every breath a gentle prayer to thank the sun for being there. Sunday coffee window, time forgets.
자, 3시 45분. 예. 아, 반갑습니다. 리하 FOMC 결과 잠시 후에 15분 남았어요. 제가 주로 보고 있는 한국경제 한경글로벌 요거를 좀 같이 보면서 한국경제 한경글로벌 요 두 분, 예. 김현석 특파원 저분하고 김남세 특파원 잘 하시더라고요. 예, 같이 지켜볼게요. 지켜보고 결과가 지표하고 뭐 동시에 보면 되죠. 새벽 4시. 기준금리 성명서 내용은 예, 요 방송 보면 될 것 같고, 점도표는 요 여기서도 확인할 수 있죠. 1년차, 2년차, 3년차 현재 장기. 지금 현재 기준금리를 3.75에서 4.0%, 25bp 인하하면 3.5에서 3.75. 자, 요 방송 예 볼게요.
하지만 사실 오늘 내려야 한다 뜻은 절반에 살짝 못 미치는 45%였습니다.
보통 보면 반도 안 되는 사람들이 문제다라고 생각하는 거예요. 그러니까 물가도 문제다. 이런 사람들도 그렇게 생각하는 월가의 이코노미스트도 굉장히 많다라는 얘기죠.
지금
두구두구두구두구두구두구두구.
이 FOMC 내에서도 페드 내에서도 의견 분열이 있지만 사실 월가에서도 이렇게 생각하는 사람들이 절반 이라는 거죠. 굉장히 지금 치열하게 나뉘어 있는 상황이다 보니까 최근에 페드가 계속 금리를 내리는데도 불구하고 이 시장 금리는 올라왔었던 그런 상황입니다. 오늘은 살짝 지금 10년물 금리를 보면은 현재
국채금리 빠지고 있어요.
2bp 정도 어제보다는 떨어졌지만은 4.17%에 살짝 못 미칩니다.
오늘 아침에 4.2까지 넘어가는데
4.2 살짝 넘어갔었어요.
지난 9월 초 이후에 처음 있는 그런 3개월 만에 가장 높은 그런 수치거든요. 그 이후에 사실 9월부터 세 차례 금리를 낮추는데 오히려 10년물은 다시 그 수준으로 올라간 거죠.
그렇죠. 지금 이 10년물 금리 그래프 보시면은 작년
이런 걸로 이제 나타나는 건데요. 거기에 대해서 만약 페드가 우리가 매파적으로 나왔다, 이 얘기는 유동성을 좀 조이겠다라는 얘기거든요. 그렇다면 사실 증권시장이 좋을 이유는 사실 없어요. 장기적으로 보면요, 이 페드의 대차 대조표 그리고 금리 수준과 주식의 어떤 상관관계가 굉장히 높습니다. 주가에. 그래서 모두가 이걸 신경 쓰고 있을 수밖에 없고요. 이건 그냥 단순히 유동성의 문제뿐만이 아니라 경제에도 영향을 주는 거죠. 유동성이 잘 돌면 경제가 좋아지고요. 특히 미국 경제가 지금은 전반적으로 괜찮지만 안 좋은 부분이 두 가지가 있거든요. 그게 바로 제조업과 주택시장이에요. 이 둘 다 굉장히 금리에 민감한
당일 저가
이런
528.75.
영역들이 살아나줘야
여기서 들어올리는 거 굉장히 괜찮았어요.
미국 경제가 바닥을 치고 올라갈 수가 있는 거죠. 그러려면 금리 인하가 필요하다라는 게 현재 시각이기 때문에 이런
4시 결과 나오고 파월 연준의장 4시 반에 나오면 기자회견, 야 그때 마이크로 가지고 미니 계약 마이크로 가지고
12월 금리 인하가 이제 기정사실이 아니다. 파프롬이 멀다, 그거 거리가 멀어. 이렇게 얘기하는 바람에 사람들이 좀 충격을 받았는데 이번 시장이 일방적으로 다 지금
해보려고 합니다.
금리 인하를 예상하고 있기 때문에 만약 비둘기파적인 발언이 나온다면 시장이 바뀔 수 있는 거고요. 매파적 발언이 나와도 그렇게까지 충격은 없을 텐데 그렇다고 이게 산타렐리에 힘을 실어줄 거냐에 대해서는 약간 의문이 있습니다.
지금 그래서 시장이 이렇게 굉장히 좀 변동성이 큰 것도 보면은 S&P 500이 지금 계속 오를까 내릴까 하는 이런 지금 상황인데 10분 뒤면은 이 FOMC 결과가 발표가 되다 보니까 그걸 보고 나서 어느 쪽으로 나올지 좀 베팅을 하자인 모양새입니다. 이제 말씀해 주셨던 것처럼 매파적인 인하를 모두가 생각을 하고 있으니까 오히려 비둘기파적일 수도 있다라고 하는 이 소수 의견도 좀 있는 것 같습니다.
제가 봐서 이번 FOMC 보는 쟁점은 한 3가지 정도인데요. 첫 번째가 바로 인하 성격입니다. 이 매파적 인하인데 얼마나 매파적일 거냐라는 건데요. 지금 뭐 사실 월스트리트저널
4시 발표 전에
비공식 대변인이라고 불리잖아요. 어제
자 결과는 좀 4시에 나오는 성명서 점도표 조금 매파적일 거다 예상하고
매파가 타협할 수밖에 없다. 즉 이번에 금리를 낼 때 다음에는
마이크로로
기준을 높이는 그런 거를 성명서 발언들을 통해서 제시할 수밖에 없을
25,420대
사실은 월가에는 이 파월장이 중립적인 어떤 발언을 할 거다라는 기대도 일부 있습니다. 왜냐하면 12월
426.7
오늘 끝나고 나서요. 그 다음부터 다음 회의가
세 개요.
1월 내년 1월 27일, 28일 열리죠.
네.
예, 그때까지 굉장히 많은
매수
데이터가
주문이
나왔어요.
접수되었습니다.
12월
400은 못 지킨다.
11월 고용보고서와 11월 물가 그리고 12월 고용보고서와 12월 물가 이게 계속해서
400 밑에 그냥 손.
이런 거를 보고 나서 만약 여기서 이게 안 좋을 경우에 물가는 낮아지고 고용은 안 좋을 경우에 1월에 또 내려야 되는 거예요. 그렇다면 파월장이 그걸 보지도 못한 상황에서 어떻게 지금 매파적으로 다 얘기할 수 있겠냐라는 얘기를 하는 거죠. 다만 이 팀이라고 시장이 여기에 대해서 이렇게 반박을 합니다. 더 심층적인 문제는 금리가 중립에 가깝게, 그러니까 중립이라는 것은 이제 경기를 부양하거나 경기를 제약하거나 이런 수준이 아니라 중립적인 어떤 상황까지 떨어졌느냐 하는 것인데 이번 인하로 금리가 중립 수준까지 내려갔다고 감안을 한다면 그렇게 믿는다면 그렇게 생각을 하게 된다면 인플레이션이 확실히 떨어지거나 아니면 고용시장이 노동시장이 확실히 망가지기 전에는 금리를 동결하는 게 맞다 타당할 수가 있다
굳이
이렇게
움직이고 싶어하지 않을 것이라는 거죠.
파월장이 얘기가 지금 중립 수준에서 살짝 뭐 약간 제약적이다 뭐 이렇게 얘기를 했잖아요. 그러니까 이거를 이번 얘기가 나오는 게 중립 수준이 아니냐라는 얘기가 지금 나오고 있는 거죠. 예. 두 번째로
이번 인하 25bp 인하해서
현재
중립금리 수준으로 와 있다.
12월 1일부터
아니 그렇게 얘기해버리면 그거는 매파적인 상황이 돼버리는 거죠. 더 이상 추가 금리 인하가 필요 없는 상황이다. 뭐 그렇게 얘기하는 거랑 똑같으니까.
단기 자금 시장에서 리포 금리가 이제 대표적인 부분인데 리포 금리가 갑자기 막 쭉 올라갔어요. 그러니까 페드가 단기 시장의 단기 금리의 목표치를 제시를 하잖아요. 지금 현재 3.75에서 4.0이고요. 그거를
점도표, 대차대조표. 내년 그러니까 1월부터 연준이 채권 매입을 시작을 하느냐.
그럼 시장이 페드의 말을 안 듣는 거죠. 페드는 이거를 맞춰야 자기 마음대로 경제를 조정할 수가 있기 때문에 이걸 안에 넣고 싶은 생각이 있기 때문에 지금 그런 일은 나타나지 않게 하겠어. 그러려면 돈을 풀어서 이런 금리를 더 높아지지 않게 만들어야 되는 거죠. 그런 의미에서 특히 연말에 이런 자본시장의 수요가 더 크게 나타날 수가 있기 때문에 이번에 아예 대차대조표를 확장하는 게 양적 완화, 그러니까 뭐 대외적으로 채권을 매입하는 건 아니지만 경제 규모가 성장하는 만큼의 어떤 지내는 준비금은 갖겠다라는 생각을 하고 있어서 그런 매입이 이루어지지 않겠냐라고 이제 월가에서 기대를 합니다.
지금 이 방금
SEP 경제 전망 보고서 뭐 확인할 수 없죠. 성명서 확인할 수 없고.
뭐 이야기하는 분들도 꽤 있더라고요. 특히 뭐 이제
기준금리 25bp 인하 예상 부합할 테고.
사실 이번에 페드가 이 충분한 준비금이 지금 운영되고 있는지에 대해서 채권
자, 점도표.
시장에서는 상당히 좀 불만이 많은 상황이기 때문에 이번에 뭐 막 돈을 푸는 양적 완화까지는 아니더라도 경제가 성장한 만큼에 맞춰서 준비금을 조금 더 늘리는
현재
정도의 기술적인 자산 매입을 이번에 발표를 할 수도 있다. 이번에 발표를 하고 1월부터 시행을 할 수도 있다라는 것에 굉장히 기대를 많이 걸고 있는 상황입니다.
이건 이제 페드가 사실 여기에 트라우마가 있어요. 지난 2019년 9월에 이 리포금리가 갑자기 2.25 뭐 이 정도에서 움직여야 되는 기준금리 사이에서 움직여야 되는 리포금리가 갑자기 9% 10% 이렇게 올라간 적이 있어요. 약간 막 난리가 났었거든요. 그러면서 페드가 양적 긴축을 끝내고 양적 완화로 바로 다음 달 돌아섰거든요. 그게 왜냐하면 과거에 양적 긴축을 해본 역사가 별로 없어요. 양적 완화를 한 게 2008년이고요. 처음으로 양적 긴축에 들어간 게 2015년인가 뭐 살짝 그랬었어요. 뭐 그런 거가 한 번 있었고 이번에 이제 두 번째로 이제 QT를 하는 거죠. 그래서 지금 얼마나 이게 과거의 역사가 없기 때문에 얼마 정도로 줄이는 게 좋을지에 대해서 확신이 없고요. 그리고 또 하나는
자, 결과 4분 30초 정도 남았습니다.
그 충분한 준비금 수준이 모릅니다. 뭐 정해진 게 없어요. 뭐 자기들은 이제 감이라는 거 정도, 감에 따라서 하는 거니까 옛날에 그런 트라우마가 있기 때문에 좀 더 빨리 이거를 대차대조표를 다시 확대하지 않겠냐라는 기대가 있는 거죠.
마이크로 미니
일부에서는 이렇게 하면
3계약 426.75에다가 대놨어요.
라는 기대를
400을 못 지킨다.
뭐,
아 그러면
그러면은
393.
매입이 결국은 돈을 풀겠다, 더 많이 풀겠다.
거기서 손절.
양적 완화로의 바로 전환이 아니냐라고 생각하시는 분들도 계실 수 있겠지만은 이제 계속 말씀드린 것처럼 그냥 충분한 준비금이 어딘지 잘 모르겠으니 지금 시장이 조금 아우성이니까 약간 늘려주자. 하지만 아직 양적 완화까지는 아니다라고 아마 선을 그을 수도 있겠지만 그럼에도 불구하고 이렇게 좀 이 시장의 단기 자금 부족에 페드가 대응을 민감하게 한다라고 하는 것 자체가 시장에는 굉장히 좋은 시그널이 될 수 있다라는 것이 유연자산에 좀 부양을 해줄 수 있는 받침이 될 수 있는 그런 포인트이기 때문에 오늘 이것도 좀 살펴봐야 할 것 같고요. 이 좀 순서대로
3분 전.
소명문, 뭐 점도표 그리고 오늘 경제전망 이 두 가지 점도표와 경제전망이 오늘 9월에 이어서 업데이트가 되는 또 이 FOMC이기 때문에 이 두 개도 사실 이 2026년, 2027년 이후에 어떻게 페드의 이 금리 정책이 운영될지를 보여주는 건 아니지만 예상할 수 있는 점도표가 어떻게 변하는지 그렇죠. 이것도 이제 굉장히 주목을 많이 할 것 같고요.
특히 여기 보시면 지금
3분 정도 남았죠.
2020년 중간값이 지금 2명이 찍혀 있잖아요.
네.
근데 그 2명 중에 1명만 밑으로 내리면요 이게 내려옵니다. 중간값이 떨어지는 거예요. 한 차례가 더 인하하는 걸로. 지금 현재로서는 내년에 1회, 2027년에 1회가 현재 9월 점도표에 찍혀 있는 거죠.
네.
그런데 시장은 이게 2회로 갔으면 좋겠다. 내년에 2회 정도 내려야 되지 않겠어? 지금 사실 시장에서는 한 80bp 정도 내년에 내릴 거다라고 보고 있어요. 그 얘기는 3차례 정도는 기본 내릴 거야. 근데 만약에 저기서 한 차례가 유지가 되면 시장이 좀 실망할 수가 있는 거죠.
사실 그제 어제 딱 한 일주일도 되지 않는 사이에 그 좀 많이 줄긴 했습니다. 원래 70bp
여기 점도표 1년 차.
내려줄 거야라고 예상을 했던 것이 최근에 50bp
항상스러워서 한 프로.
시장이 거의 변동이 아주 심하기 때문에 오늘 만약
쌍큐 감사.
완화적인
리하.
리파적인 시그널이 혹시라도 있다면 다시 이렇게 뚝 떨어질 수 있겠지만은 어쨌든 현재로서는 시장이 내년 두 번을 최소한 해달라라고 생각을 하고 있는
두근두근 반 세금 반.
대로 한 번
1분 30초 남았어요.
이렇게 유지가 된다면은 좀 매파적인 시그널로 받아들여질 수 있기 때문에 이것도 살펴보셔야 할 것 같고요. 지금 현재 뭐 골드만삭스나 JP모건 같은 경우는 이대로 유지가 될 거다. 뱅커 아메리카는 2번으로 바뀔 거다. 이렇게 지금 예상이 조금 나뉘고 있습니다. 선명문 같은 경우에도 지금 이 지난 12월, 작년 12월에
자 결과
추가 조정의 정도와 시기
우리끼리 파이팅. 자 이모 호출 30초.
그 다음 달에 동결을 했었거든요. 만약 이 문구가 이번에도 들어간다면은 좀 이 매파적인 다음 1월에는 동결을 할 수도 있다라는
자 일단 뭐 점도표, FOMC 성명서 이런 내용이 일단 뭐 매파적이겠지. 그리고 파월이 어떤 발언을 해주느냐.
몇 명 보시면
자 보겠습니다. 자 이모
최소 3명 보고 있는.
FOMC 결과
최소 2명
두구두구두구 몇 초 전 이모
남은 시간 30초. 남은 시간 30초.
지금
남은 시간
만약에 3명 나오면은
자 올해 마지막 12월 FOMC 회의 결과 과연
경제 성장률 전망은 올리고 물가 전망은 하향하는.
자 어떻게 나왔어? 어떻게
인하에 좀
일단 하방으로 쭉 밀었다가 하방 쭉 밀었다가
오늘 인하의 정당성을 마련하는.
야 9월 FOMC 그 9월 달에 점도표랑 동일. 그러니까 내년에 금리 인하 한 번, 내후년에 금리 인하 한 번,
만만한 속도로 경제 활동
25bp 인하했고.
고용 증가세는 둔화되고 실업률은 더 올랐다.
뭐야 왜 위로 쏴? 내 거 데리고 가. 에이 이런.
하고 있다. 최근 활동 고용 하방 위험이 증가했다.
참. 하방으로 좀 밀고 내 거 체결하고 가주길 바랍니다.
이 얘기가
들어갔네요. 방금 말씀드린.
동결을.
야 오늘 당일 저가가 세긴 셌어. 528.75.
확실히 요거는 이제 인하했지만 향후 좀 더 문턱이 높아질 수 있다. 추가 조정은 인하는 조금 더 생각해 볼 수 있다.
그리고 필요에 따라서 단기 국채 매입을 시작하겠다.
네.
이 얘기가
그래.
즉 자산 매입을 한다는 얘기죠.
자산 매입한다. 저 얘기가 다른 걸 다 커버하네.
표밖에 없었습니다. 스티브 마이런이 안 던졌네요. 반대표 던진 사람이 스티브 마이런, 오스틴 글스비, 제프 슈미드 3명입니다.
네.
그 마이런은 52P나 그다음에 글스비와
제프리 슈미드, 오스틴 글스비. 또 누가 던졌어요?
예상대로네요.
저희 예상이 맞았네요.
내기를 해봤자 안
기록은
되는군요.
못 세웠습니다. 2019년 이후 처음이죠.
네. 일단 성명문으로만 봤을 때는 예상대로 나왔는데요.
이게 대차대조표 이런 나쁘지 않네요.
네, 잠시 반응을 조금 보고 오면은요. 일단
지금 그러니까 내용이
지금
성명서 문구랑
보고야겠습니다. 지금
이 점도표는
보니까
우려했던 그대로 딱
지금
기준금리 25bp 인하했고 점도표는 9월 점도표랑 동일. 내년에 한 번, 내후년에 한 번.
그대로네요. 점도표 유지가 됐네요.
네, 점도표 유지됐어요.
2026년 이래 2027년 이래로 그대로 유지가 됐습니다. 이거는 중간값은 점도표는 변화가
없었고
없는 걸로.
성명서 내용이 살짝 매파적.
점도표 분산을 좀
반대표 3표.
올해 거 보시면요.
근데
6명이
시장이 지금 안도하고 있는 게
그러니까 6명은
1월부터 연준이 자산 매입한다. 채권 매입을 한다. 라는 거는 유동성을 푼다. 시장이 유동성을 푼다.
이번에 금리 인하에 4명은 그중에 2명은 이제 반대표를 던졌고 4명은 싫어했지만 어쨌든 표는 찬성표를 던졌지만 여기 점도표에서는 아니 안 되는 게 낫어라고 찍은 거죠.
그게 지금 현재 2025년 이야기였고요.
올려야 된다는 사람이 3명이 있네요.
내년 올려야
된다는 사람이 3명. 그리고 현재 유지가 4명. 1회가 4명. 그러면 1회까지가 11명.
마이런은 지금 몇 번을 내리자고 한 번, 두 번, 세 번, 네 번.
트럼프 대통령이 한 얘기가.
네, 그런데 2%로.
근데 이렇게 해야 마이런은 이제 1월에 임기가 끝나잖아요.
네.
그래서 살아남는 거죠. 이거는 트럼프 대통령 봐주세요라는 얘기가 되겠습니다.
이 분토가 지난번
람프 형, 저 잘했죠.
지난번보다 좀 이제
보여주기식 마이런 이상.
중간값 기준으로는 어쨌든 변하지 않았고 내년에 이제 올리자.
634.25에서 들어올립니까?
내년이 3명이 올리자라고 하는 사람들이 있다는 거. 물론 이 점도표는 FOMC 투표권자가 아닙니다. 여러 명이 다 찍는 거예요. 여러 명 전체가. 물론 내년에 또 투표권자가 바뀝니다. 지역 연방은행 총재들의 교체가 있죠. 로비 로건 같은 매파가 좀 들어가고요. 그래서 애틀랜타 은행의 보스틱 총재는 또 물러나고
그렇죠.
새로 누가 들어올 텐데 그 사람은 아마 어떻게든 해서 트럼프 정부에서 좀 비둘기파적인 사람을 늘려고 하지 않을까.
사실 뭐 더 중요한 거는 의장이 바뀌죠. 의장이 이제 5월에 바뀌시기 때문에 지금 이 캐비넷에 아마도 차기 의장으로 유력한 백악관
599, 600 지켜요.
트럼프 대통령의 측근이죠. 오늘도 사실 이야기를 하셨습니다. 50bp 내릴 수 있다. 어제 이어서 오늘 조금 전에도 굉장히 비둘기파적인 발언을 하셨기 때문에
39에서 또 들어올리는데
시장 예상대로 나왔고
공개하고 들어가고 싶다 이거.
이 사람들이 바뀌어서 결국 더 비둘기파적으로
네, 올페형이에요. 좀 더 들어봐야 할 듯. 모든 게 지금 예상된 시나리오대로 가고 있네요.
중간값 변하지 않았고요. 올리겠다는 사람들도 있고 그래서 매파적인 반대표도 3표. 물론 동일하지 않은 사람도 2표였지만
월가에서 예상한 대로 월가에서 예상한 대로
자산 매입하겠다. 이 얘기가 약간 상쇄돼서 시장 반응은 제가 보니까 거의 큰 차이가 없는 것 같아요. 처음에 좀 이렇게 약간 올라갔다가
39.25에서 다시 들어오냐.
나타나고 있고요. 결국은 맨날 파월 의장이
아직 엔비디아 마이너스 1%, 마이크로소프트 마이너스 2.82, 메타 마이너스 1.49%.
파월 의장 발언 나오면 통상
나스닥 아직 마이너스.
48원장이 계속해서 얘기하는 순간 또 그렇게 돼서 결국은 마이너스로 끝나는 그런 적이 대부분이거든요. 평균적으로 보면. 그래서 이번에도 이런 일이 나타나지 않을까. 지금 현재까지 상황은 딱 그런 상황이에요.
그래도 지금 뭐 발표 직후까지만 보면은 아까 저희가 이야기한 것처럼 워낙 이제 매파적인 인하를 모두가 예상을 하고 있었다 보니까 자산 매입도 나와주고 지금 특히 이 물가
그래서 좀 다행이다.
예상을 보면은 물론 이것도 역시
그런 반응이 나오는 것 같아요.
전망을 낮출 것으로 월가에서 예상을 하고 있기는 했지만은 보면은 PC 근원 PC 전망이 올해 말 3.1에서 3%로 내년도 2.6에서 2.5%로 소폭 하향 조정이 돼서 인플레이션을 걱정하는 이 사람들에게는 그래도 페드가 내년에는 좀 분열을 그치고 더 인플레이션보다는 이
고용시장.
금리 인하를 인플레이션에 대한 걱정 때문에 금리 인하를 못하는 그런 일은 조금 덜 하지 않을까?
근데
기대가 좀 있는 것 같습니다.
이게 우선 맞지 않고요. 보면 2026년에 GDP 성장률은 1.8% 성장할 때 2.3% 성장한다고 해놓고 성장률이 2.3%는 이제 잠재 성장률을 넘는 과열 수준인데
인플레는 안 올라간다.
이게 지금 트럼프와 베센스와 이 헤셋이 이야기하는 거죠. 결국은 이 금리를 낮춰서 많은 기업들이 투자를 더 할 수 있게
당일 물가도 아직 돌파 못했어.
745.75.
745.75.
충격이 와서 물가를 낮추면서 성장은 더 가능한 그런 마법 같은 일이 벌어진다라고 하는 게 지금 트럼프 정부의 큰 그림이기 때문에
벌써 굉장히 그런 쪽으로 가고 있는 거예요.
이제 왜 이런 게 나오는지를 이제 저희 개인 사견은 빼고 이제 설명을 드리는 거고요. 이제 이런 것들이 이제 공감하는
통계학계가 잘 맞지 않는 무형.
사실 굉장히 이제 아름다운 시나리오죠. 1990년대 말에 그림
아주 갖고 있었던.
그렇죠.
저 나스닥 양전.
있었던 미국에 몇 없었던 그 대호황. 1990년대 말 같은 것을 우리가 할 수 있다라고 하는 게 이제 트럼프 정부의 버블 붕괴로 끝났죠. 이 어쨌든 지금 그리고 있는 그 그림대로 어떻게 보면은 트럼프 대통령이 원하는 페드를 이제 본인의 생각에 동의시키는 일에 이 경제 전망만 보면은
참 지금 멘트하고 있는 이 두 분은 굉장히 잘해.
일단 그리고 있습니다. 지금
또 한 사람이 있죠.
금리
김종학 기자.
반응을 보고 보면요.
잘해요.
네, 일단 2년물 단기 금리는
저 오른쪽에 저 김현석 저분은
하락을 쭉
와.
한 모습이 일단 나타나고
자, 8년 전부터
큰 정도는 아닙니다.
이 정도면 많이 떨어진 거 아닌가요?
얼마 떨어진 거죠? 보시면
지금 3.59에서 3.5
저번 칼럼만
그러면 얼마 떨어진 거예요?
매일매일
2.5bp 정도
봤었는데
그 정도만 그래도 크지 않나요?
하루에 10bp로 왔다 갔다 하는데
요즘은
있는데
10년물
이거 금방 파월 의장이 뭐라고 한마디만 하면 금방 바뀝니다.
지금 10년물은 확실히 다시 이게 말이 되나 하면서 다시 또 떨어졌던 것이
제가 봐서는 파월 의장 말 전까지 다시 또 그냥 그대로 돌아갈 거예요. 이 성명서와 왜냐하면 양쪽이 이제 균형을 어느 정도 제가 봐서는 이뤘어요. 이 매파적 인하와 자산 매입 체계 이게 약간 상세하고
그러니까,
파월 의장이 여기서 얼마 세게 얘기할까에 대해서
그러네.
시장이 신경 곤두 세우면서 다시 그쪽으로
점도표가 지난 9월 점도표랑 변화 없이 그리고 FOMC 성명서 내용도 뭐 살짝 매파적이었고 그 시장이 좀 예상했던 거죠. 매파적 금리 인하가 될 것이다. 근데 단지 단 하나 연준이 1월부터 자산 매입 시작해 채권 사들이고 그러면서 시장의 유동성 좀 풀리기 시작하면 매파적 인하에 대한 어떤 그 네거티브 그거를 커버해줄 수 있다. 그래서 그거를 말했었는데 그 내용이 들어왔어요.
그런데
예상보다 적었다.
딱 요거 매파적 인하 실망하겠지만 10월 FOMC 같은 충격까지는 뭐 예상하지 않는다. 매파적 인하 됐죠. 연준의 자산 매입 체계 그게 완충 역할을 할 것이다.
점도표가 안 움직였고요.
자산 매입 재개한다고
매파적 인하
단기채 위주로
확전이 드러났죠.
그 내용이 또 들어왔어요. 성명서.
어떻게 보면은 소문난 잔치에 아직까지는
그래서 지금 시장이 안심하고 지금
뭐랄까요? 먹을 게
상승하고
많은
있는 건데.
느낌이기도 합니다. 워낙
자, 중요한 거는 이제
다 나왔기 때문에
파월 기자회견.
지금 엔비디아가 많이 떨어지고 있던 게 그나마 조금 회복이 되긴 했지만 여전히 하락하고 있고요. 네, 일단 뭐 증시는 계속해서 파월 의장을 기다리면서 일단은
반도체 엔비디아
나쁘지 않은
빼고는
모습으로
필리
기다릴
반도체
것 같은데요.
0.7%.
사실은 이렇게 지금 원래 예상했던 것처럼 경제 성장 전망은
반등 중.
올라가고 물가 전망은 하향되고
브로드컴
그리고
양전
이 시장이
플러스
원했던
0.4%.
이 자산 매입도 재개를 하고
12월 12일부터 시작을 한답니다. 12월 12일.
그러면은 원래 예상보다 훨씬 더 빠르게
1월이 아니라
원래 시장의 생각은 1월부터
그러니까 1월이 아니라
1월부터 매입 재개를 할 가능성을 훨씬 더 염두에 두고 있었는데 지금 말씀해 주신 것처럼 12월 12일 당장
골드요?
내일부터 자산 매입을 해줄게.
골드 뭐 빠져요?
너네 자금 수요 걱정하지 마라고 지금 이야기를
골드도 막 들어올렸네.
때문에 그래서 좀 더 이렇게 자금 시장이 좋게 반응한 것 같네요.
이제 자금 시장이 어쨌든 유동성이 이제 돌겠네요.
네.
금리 인하를 하더라도
지금 해당
자,
문장을
691.25에서
현재 준비금이
살짝 응전했다가 91.25에서 다시
판단하고
들어올릴 수 있습니까? 이거 진짜 본기약으로 먹고 싶은데.
자산을 매입하기 시작하겠다.
아,
그러나
90일
앞으로
지키면서
계속해서 매수금이 충분한 수준을 유지할 수 있도록 하는 만큼은 다 매입하겠다고 이야기를 하고 있습니다. 물론
공개하고.
여기서 이 충분한 앰플이라는 게 어느
매수 주문이
수준인지는 딱
매수
매수로
주문이
정해놓은 게
체결되었습니다.
90일 그냥 이건 칼 선전.
규모가 될지는
뭐 어떻게 될지 몰라.
여기에 나오지는 않았습니다만은 지금
되돌림
이
뭐 많이 줄 수 있다.
자체가,
시가 부분까지도 누를 수 있다.
이미 준비금이 많이 내려왔다라는 시장의
카트네,
우려를
씨.
매도
확실하게
주문이
회사가
체결되었습니다.
인식을 하고 그것에 맞는 말을 해준 거기 때문에 지금 계속해서 많이 잔기 자금이 부족하다라고 한동안
그냥 요 마이크로 대놓은 거.
나쁘지 않은
저 밑에다가 대놨어요. 426.
그랬고요. 비트코인 같은 이 유동성에 가장 민감한 이 암호화폐 코인
올라가고
자산들이 오늘 오르고 지금 이 소식이 나오고 나서
약간 올랐네요.
올랐습니다.
원래
많이
그거-
오르진 않았습니다. 네. 오늘 92,000 밑에서 계속 조금 움직이고
다시
있기
음전
때문에 지금
시가
92,870, 93,000달러에 육박한 것은 어쨌든
약간은 플러스네요.
요것에 좀 영향이 꽤 있다라고 볼 수
이제
있죠.
파월 의장의 말을 들어봐야죠. 파월 의장이 여기에 대해서 어떻게 해석을 하고 현재 이 굉장히 아마 FOMC 내부에 이 발언이 뜨거웠어요. 논쟁이 이 정도 상황이면 반대쪽
86.2에서 좀 더 밀어야죠.
그리고 나는 이거 별로 마음에 안 들어하는 사람이 어쨌든 뭐 반대표 투표를 포함해서 6명이나 나왔기 때문에 이 6명 물론 이 사람 중에 얼마나 많은 페드 위원들이 있는지 모르겠어요. 하지만 3분의 1 정도가 전체 19명이죠. 예, 페드 위원 19명 중에 3분의 1 정도인 6명이 나 지금 마음에 안 들어라고 얘기를 했기 때문에 아마 여러 가지 굉장히 뜨거운 논쟁이 있었을 거고 여기에 대해서 이제 파월 의장이 잘 설명을 하겠죠.
그래서 사실 이 6명이면 진짜 많은 거긴 하죠. 물론 아까 말씀드린 것처럼 결국 여기서 많이 물갈이가 될 거다라는 이제 희망회로도 돌릴 수 있긴 하지만은 지금 시장의 사실 생각이 애초에 채권 시장에서 걱정하던 이렇게 인플레이션이 아직 다 잡히지 않은
단일고가 45.75.
질 거라는데 인플레이션을 금리를 낮춤으로써
그거를 돌파 못하고 741에서 눌려요.
가능하냐? 지금 금리를
현재는 싼 거야.
라고 하는 이런 시각들이 여전한 상황에서 실제 FOMC 내에서도 지금 이렇게 확실하게 6명이 오늘 동결을 원했다라는 게 나온 상황이니까 이것에 대해서 오늘 파월 의장이 어떻게 이 균형을 잡아줄지가 상당히 중요할 것 같습니다.
어쨌든 그런 매파적 인하는 예상대로 이루어졌고요. 여기에 대차 대조표가 생각보다 비급하적으로 결정이 나왔다. 내일 당장 내일부터 12일부터
자산 매입
400억 달러 규모의 단기 국채를 매입한다. 라는 결정이
그게 여기
있었거든요.
나왔나요?
그 밑에 다른 데 들려 있습니다.
아, 그렇군요.
구체적으로 그 성명서에는 안 나오는데
네.
그 밑에 그 각주 같은 게 붙어 있어요. 나중에.
아.
네. 거기 보시면 이 위험관리 차원의 매입, 이 자산 재매입 이게 이번 주 시작을 해서 한 달에 평균 400억 달러. 400달러는 꽤 많은데.
원래 예상이 350억 달러에서
350억에서 한 450억 달러.
네.
이 정도 보는 쪽이 있었는데 400억 달러니까 원래 예상이 대략 맞았죠.
네.
맞았는데 하여튼 좀 좋은 쪽으로 나왔네요. 이 결정이.
네.
그래서
그러면 1월 추가 인하 얘기는
대파적인 충격을 버텨내고 있는 것 같습니다.
아예 뭐 나오지는 않겠지만
왔다 갔다 하고는 있지만은 일단 그래도 나스닥 계속 긍정적인 양의
1월 금리 인하에 대한 결정은 그때까지 나오는 어떤 데이터를 살피면서 데이터 디펜던트 하겠다. 요 정도까지만 얘기해줘도 딱 좋은데.
이번에 비둘기파의 손을 들어서 금리 인하를 했기 때문에 매파들의 목소리도 챙겨줘야 됩니다. 그래서 그런 얘기를 분명히 할 거예요. 그렇게 본다면 그리고 자기가 원하는 대로 이제 어쨌든 3번의 금리 인하를 완성을 했죠.
야씨 손절 따고 저렇게 가. 뭐만 잘해서
매파적인
문봉 옆에 끼고 그냥 가네. 손절
그렇다고
따고.
시장은 여기서 무너지지 않을 겁니다. 왜냐하면 파월장이 뭘 어떻게 알겠어? 왜? 곧 이제 데이터가 쏟아질 거고 그 데이터가 물가 둔화 지금 패드 위원들이 지목한 것처럼 물가가 둔화되는 방향 그리고 실업률이 약간 높아지는 방향으로 나온다면 1월에 뭐 1월이 아니더라도 하여튼 곧 내려야지 뭐 더 내려야지 라는 생각들을 많이 하고 있어요. 그래서 뭐 뱅크 오브 아메리카 같은 경우는 이게 끝나고 나면 1월에 어떤 금리 인하 기대가 베팅이 더 늘어날 거야 라는 얘기를 지금 하고 있습니다.
사실 뱅크 오브 아메리카가 조금 아프게 말을 한 파월 의장 입장에서 아프게 말을 한 부분이 뭐냐면은 만약에 1월 FOMC 이전에 이제 저희가 아까 본 것처럼 나올 데이터들이 너무나 많기 때문에 여기에서 파월 의장이 굳이 어떻게 하겠다 저렇게 하겠다라고 말을 해서 운신의 폭을 좁힐 이유도 없거니와 만약에 매파적으로 말을 하더라도 이제까지 시장은 그것을 여러 번 약간 헛발질로 이 받아들인 적이 많았기 때문에 설사 이번에 매파적인 멘트가 나오더라도 시장은 이번에도
양적 긴축 종료, 단기 국채 매입 시작. 1월이 아닌 당장 이번 주 금요일부터. 저게 좀 비둘기파적인 내용이죠.
바로 그냥 헤셋 유명 발표를 해서 클리어링 이벤트로 만들 거야. 헤셋이 나와서 내가 내릴게 걱정하지 마. 내년 5월부터 기대 이렇게 하면 약간 더 참지 뭐. 이렇게 하면서 시장이 올라갈 수 있다.
사실 제가 궁금한 거는 이제 증시, 위험자산 투자자들은 당연히 그냥 일단 금리는 더 빨리 더 많이 낮춰주는 것을 더 좋아하는데 지금 이 소위 한동안 조용하시다가 요즘 다시 나오신 채권 자금단이라고 하는 이렇게 해서 이 어마무시한 이 부채와 인플레이션을 어떻게 제어할 수 있겠느냐라고 하는 금리 인하에 좀 신중론을 원하는
또
채권
들어오는
투자자들이
요 저점 지키면서 들어오는 것 같은데.
가능합니다. 이렇게 이야기를 하는 것을 어떻게 받아들일지
86.25, 86.5. 86.25 지키면서 86.5에서.
생명 자산용의 전 시야죠. 윤재상 시야 저번 주에 저희 백브리핑 나와서 말씀하셨죠. 지금 자경단이 일본에 갔다. 일본에 이민가 있고 뭐 여기에 이제 때가 되면 돌아오겠지.
또 돌아오시네.
나온 게 아니다라고 말씀을 하셨어요.
86.
만약에 이 지금 이 헤셋이 오늘
전종 위에서 699.75죠.
뭐 지금 트럼프 대통령은 크리스마스 전후 내년 초에는 다음 차기 의장을 발표하겠다라고 하고 있는 상황인데 시장이 다음 초 비둘기 의장이 오는 것을 그대로 순응해서 받아들인다면
파월까지 그냥 기다려. 얌전하게.
시장에서 나타날 이 트레이드, 베팅은 결국 이 달러의 약세 그리고 수익률 곡선이 더 가팔라지는
전종 위에서 간다.
채권 자경단들 때문에
딱 700에서 간다.
하겠지만 그래도 결국은 경제가 더 좋아질 것이다 라는 쪽에 베팅을 하면서 경기 민감이
딱 전종 199.75
약세를 보이는 그런 모습이 나타날 것이다 라고 이야기를 하고 있는데요. 만약 뭐 그렇지 않다면은 금리가 올라가는 것에 이 성장주들이나 이 금리에 민감한 뭐 주택 시장, 뭐 부동산 이런 쪽이 약간
86.25를 지켰으니까
그런 쪽으로 또 갈 수도 있겠죠. 이거는
저 구간에서 좀 와리가리
오늘
할 것 같아.
파월 의장이 어떤 멘트를 내놓는지에 따라서 차기 페드 의장의 등판 속도가 달라질 수 있기 때문에 그런 점들도 월가는 현재 눈여겨보고 있는 상황입니다.
JP 모건의 밥 미셸 채권 최고 투자 책임자 이 사람 블룸버그 TV에 나와서
아, 또 은봉 옆에 꼈다. 3분봉.
금리나 반대
3분봉 은봉 옆에 꼈네. 86 밑으로 그냥 뺄 수도 있겠네.
그러면
그냥 적절히 받아들일만 했다.
취소 준비 접수되었습니다.
더 나쁘지 않은 것만으로도 충분히 괜찮다라는 거예요.
5표 나올 수 있었는데 그러면 이런 얘기입니다. 지금으로 봐서는 현재는 시장은 예상대로 대략 예상대로 나왔고 대차질 자산 매입에 있어서는 약간 더 좀 더 좋은 소식을 받아들였기 때문에 파월 의장의 발언을 현재 기다리고 있는 것 같고요.
지금 뭐 시장이 확 올랐다가 또 증시가 살짝 내려오는 모습인데 이것은 그냥 뭐 일희일비할 필요는 없을 것 같고요. 결국 파월 의장을 기다리면서 이제 지루한 트레이더들이 이렇게 저렇게 베팅을 하고 포지션을 조정하고 있는 것으로 보입니다. 파월 의장이 이제 9분 뒤에 기자회견장에 나타날 텐데요. 사실 여기에서 뭐 이제까지 말씀드렸던 것처럼 결국 중요한 것은 톤, 어떻게 지난번에 12월 금리의 방향은 결정되지 않았다. 굉장히 멀다. 이런 말을 붙였잖아요. 이번에도
지난번에는 굉장히
물론
매파적으로
1월에
얘기했어.
뭐 1월에 동결합니다. 내립니다. 이렇게 말은 안 하겠지만 어떤 톤으로 이야기를 하느냐. 만약 이번에 결국 1월 전에 나올 데이터들이 나오기 때문에 데이터 디펜던트, 데이터에 따라서 결정하겠다라고 하면은 그냥 무난하게 받아들일 수 있는 그런 멘트가
그러면 시장에 안심하는
그러나
거고.
어쨌든 그게 최소 중립적인 거, 비둘기파적인 건 아니고
오, 이거 봐.
매파적일 수 있고요. 매파적일 수 있는 건 아까 말씀드렸듯이
그가 살짝 밀렸었죠.
내 생각에는 파월 의장이 나와서 내 생각에 지금
77.7.
우리가 중립에 있어 라고 한다면 정말 고용이나 이런 게 정말 망가져서 와 이거 진짜 오는 거 아니야? 할 때까지는 그냥 금리를 유지하겠다는 얘기가 될 수 있거든요. 그런 얘기를 좀 주의해서 그런 얘기가 나오는지 오히려 좀 주의해야 되고요. 그럴 경우에는 이 금리 인하에 대한 변동성, 이 금리가 지금까지 살아와서 이제 주식이 지금도 이제 최고에 가 있잖아요. 그런데 앞으로는 금리가 어떻게 될지 모르겠네요. 라는 얘기도 있고요. 도이치뱅크 같은 데는 내년에 시장 위협할 수 있는 요인 중에 하나는 금리 인상이야 라고 얘기를 합니다. 왜냐하면 인플레이션이 이제 트럼프 감세법으로 본격적으로 기업들의 투자가 막 살아나고 또 이렇게 완화적 이 통화정책이 이어지고 그렇게 된다면 아까 그 페드 멤버들도 내년에 경제 성장률 2.3%로 반등할 거다 이렇게 보잖아요. 그보다 더 반등할 경우에는 인플레이션도 따라서 올라갈 수가 있고 그러면 결국은 금리를 올리면서 끝나는 거 아니에요. 지금 보면 캐나다는 최근에 세계가 그동안 미국이 좀 동결하는 사이에 많이 내렸거든요. 캐나다도 내리고 호주도 내리고 뭐 유럽도 내리고 다 내렸죠. 근데 이런 쪽에서 지금 올려간 다시 바닥을 찍고 올라가는 분위기가 나타나고 있어요. 오늘 캐나다 중앙은 동결했고
오늘 캐나다
이제 다음에는 내리는 거 아니냐 뭐 이런 얘기가 나오고
비어스 캐나다에서는 오늘 동결했죠. 금리.
그런 얘기들이 나오기 때문에 뭐 이게 금방 사실 분위기는 바뀔 수가 있어요.
경제 가장 큰 리스크는 뭡니까? 인플레, AI 버블, 연준의 독립성 훼손, 재정 부채,
뭐 이렇게 말을
정책 불확실성, 뭐 이런 것들.
관세 이후로 인플레이션에 대한 걱정이 너무나 많았다가 이제 아직은 가시적으로 나타나지 않았고 또 뭐 이 세인트루이스 여는 같은 경우에는 이렇게 사실은 관세가 나오고 나서 오히려 인플레이션이 내려갔더라라고 하는 그런 뭐 지역 연의 리포트도 있었고 뭐 이런 것들 때문에 인플레이션에 대해서 그렇게 큰 리스크가 아니다라고
55.75에서 반등하는 거
아무도 모르죠. 근데 실제로 최근에 아까
괜찮은데.
말씀주신 뭐 유럽중앙은행도 그렇고
55.75.
호주 중앙은행
좀 반등하겠죠.
금리를 이제 내리기는커녕 언제
매수
인상해야 될지
준비
시점을
아, 체결하고 와라.
55.5.
55.5.
뭐 페드라고 그러지 않으리라는 법은 없지 않냐라고 하는 게 지금 이 뭐 번스타인이나
시가 돌파 전에
물론 베이스 케이스는 아니지만
내거 체결하고
내년에 금리 인상도
돌파.
될수 있다라고 이야기를 하고 있기 때문에
베이스 케이스는 아닙니다. 그러니까
아닙니다.
기본 시나리오는 아니지만 그런 일이 일어날 수도 있어.
마이크로
열어두고 있기 때문에
마이크로
지금
아니죠.
이런
봉기하고.
최근의 금리 움직임
봉기하고.
이런 이 증시에서의 약간 이 사활을 걷는 듯한 분위기가 나오고 있다라고 배경 설명을 드리는 거예요.
매수
금리
준비
전망이나
체결
불확실성이
개시.
앞으로 어떻게 되는 거지? 라는 생각만으로도 사실은 막 시장이
못 들어올립니까?
계속해서 저점이면 내리지 않을까? 더
매도
내려가지
준비
않을까?
이런.
했는데 그게 아니고 내려가는 거야. 끝났나? 뭐
하지 말자.
기다리자
기다리자, 좀.
줄어든 것만 해도 이거는 랠리에는 약간은 부정적인 요인이 될 수가 있죠. 예.
뭐
이제 241선 또 지지받는 척한다 또.
해보자면은 이제 뭐 역시나 영원한 강세론자 톱니 같은 경우에는
난소가 이제.
아까 말씀드린 이유로 결국은 이 캐비넷이 빠르게 등판을 하거나 혹은 그렇지 않더라도
리즈님, 예, 안
그런
주무셨네.
것들
핸들링하는 게 꼭 예전 항생처럼 그래요.
지금 많은 펀드 매니저들, 월가의 많은 펀드 매니저들 거의 80%가 아직도 벤치마크보다 좋은 성과를
파월 멘트가
보여주고
중요하죠.
있기 때문에
예.
연말까지 결국 랠리가 벌어질 수 있는 더 많은 돈을 투자할 수 있는 그런 환경이다. 이런 기술적인 요인들을 이유로 들고는 있습니다. 근데 일단은 결국
일단은 매파적인 내용은 시장이 예상했던
해결을
내용대로
봐야지만 이렇게 저렇게
시장이 좀 경계하고 예상했던 내용 그대로 성명서 좀 매파적이었고 점도표는 9월 점도표랑 변화가 없고 그러니까 내년에 금리 인하 한 번, 내후년에 한 번 이렇게.
인플레이션에 대해서 엄청나게 많은 얘기를 하고 있는 거예요. 그러다 보니까 인플레이션 문제가 크다고 보고 있는 거.
단지 좀 비둘기파적인 거는
워싱턴에 앉아 있고요. 사람들은
연준이 자산 매입을 단기채 위주로 자산 매입을 시작을 한대요. 그것도 예상보다 시장 예상보다 좀 빨리 1월부터가 아니고 당장 이번 주 금요일부터.
그래서 자꾸 비둘기파를 던지는 게 아닌가. 결국은 저도 느끼지만 일반적인 미국인들이 느끼기에는 아직도 인플레이션이 살아있어요. 여전히 살아있고 마음에 굉장히 걸리는 문제입니다. 이건 굉장히 큰 문제예요. 이거를
큰 문제죠.
그래서 이제 지금 공화당이 선거에서도 지고 그거를 이제 말로 다스리기 위해서 트럼프 대통령이 전국 순회 연설도 하고 뭐 이러고 있는 상황에서 물가 문제는 여전히 미국의 아킬레스건 남아 있어요. 이게 뭐 아무리 패드가 비둘기파적으로 나오고 뭘 어쩌고 저쩌고 한다 해도 일반 지역은 총재들 느끼는 거 그게 저희도 느끼고 있는 거고요. 일반 사람들이 다 느끼고 있는 겁니다. 미국의 물가 문제 여전히 꽤 심각합니다. 수치로는 안 나타날 수가 있죠. 내년에 한 5월쯤 6월쯤 가면 관세 효과가 어차피 1년 가고 끝나는 거잖아요. 또 올라가는 건 아니기 때문에 인플레이션이 숫자로는 괜찮게 나올 수 있지만 사람들은 굉장히 여전히 불만을 갖고 있고 그런 얘기들을 많이 할 거예요.
왜냐면은 뭐 지금 뭐 2.6에서 2.5%로 내려온다라고 해봤자 지금 5년 동안 엄청나게 쌓인 이 물가 상승이 이미 많이 쌓인 데에서 뭐 그 3에서 2%로 내려온다고 해서 지금 삶이
되돌렸다가
라는 게 지금 미국
파월 뭡니까?
마음이기 때문에 사실 어제 트럼프 대통령이 이제
기자연설 할 때 와리가리 하다가
이 필라델피아
기자회견 질의응답 시간 때
거기에서 좀
방향이 정해지겠죠. 상방이야 하방이야.
여러분들 너무 힘드시죠? 저희가 잘 하겠습니다. 이런 거였는데 또 약간 이 어폴더빌리티 문제, 생활비 부담 문제는 민주당의 거짓말이다라고 이제 자꾸 얘기를 해서 약간 이 분위기가 안 좋았다. 폭스뉴스 지지율도 지금 조금 떨어진다고 이런 지금 이야기들이 나오고 있는 상황이어서 계속 인플레이션 리스크가 왜 계속 나오느냐라는 것은 이런 배경도 있다.
아까도 점도표를 보시면 정말 이 금리에 대한 변동, 금리는 불확실합니다. 굉장히 많이 이렇게 사람들이 쭉 이렇게 돼 있잖아요. 이게 어디에서 결론이 날지 어떻게 합니까? 올리지 않은 사람도 있고, 왕창 내지 않은 사람도 있고, 뭐 이런 상황이기 때문에 금리의 어떤 컨센서스 이런 게 없는 거고 여전히 패드 내의 분열은 남아있다라고 볼 수가 있을 겁니다.
네, 지금 패드 파월 의장 입장하고 있습니다. 기자회견 보고 오시겠습니다.
AI가 요거 해석하죠. Ladies and gentlemen, 요새 ladies and gentlemen 안 하고 그냥 굿애프터눈 하고 말아요. 그쵸? 자, 나옵니다. 야, 진짜 칼이야. 노란뿌였으면 요식 정시에 나타나는 법이 없는데 약간 대변인도 마찬가지. 그래프 토론으로 끝나.
remains squarely focused on achieving our dual mandate goals of maximum employment and stable prices for the benefit of the American people. Although important federal government data for the past couple of months have yet to be released, available public and private sector data suggests that the outlook for employment
자,
and inflation
파월 나와서
has not changed
일단은
as much
뭐 또
since
와리가리
our
와리가리.
meeting in October. Conditions in the labor market appear to be gradually cooling, and inflation remains somewhat elevated. In support of our goals, and in light of the balance of risks to employment and inflation, today the Federal Open Market Committee decided to lower our policy interest rate by 0.25 percentage point.
셧다운 때문에 정부 데이터는 못 봤지만 민간 부문 데이터에 따르면 고용 인플레 전망 변하지 않았다.
Thus supporting effective control of our policy rate. I will have more to say about monetary policy and its implementation after briefly reviewing economic developments.
오, 파란색이 아니고
Although some key
보라색입니까?
government data have yet to be
그렇습니다.
released, available indicators suggest that economic activity has been
넥타이.
expanding at a moderate pace. Consumer spending appears to have remained solid, and business fixed investment has continued to expand. In contrast, activity in the housing sector remains weak. The temporary shutdown of the federal government has likely weighed on economic activity in the current
54.7에서
quarter,
들어올린다.
but these
54.7.
effects should be mostly offset by higher growth next quarter, reflecting the reopening. In our summary of economic projections, the median participant projects that real GDP will rise 1.7% this year and 2.3% next year, somewhat stronger than projected in September. In the labor
오늘
market,
당일저가
although
지킬 것
official employment
같은데.
data for October
뭐
and
이런 움직이면
November are delayed,
528.75.
available evidence suggests that both layoffs and hiring remain low.
420에 되는 거 이거 오지도 않을 것 같은데.
Availability and firms' perceptions of hiring difficulty continue to decline. The official report on the labor market for September, the most recent release, showed that the unemployment rate continued to edge up, reaching 4.4%, and that job gains had slowed significantly since earlier in the year. A good part of the slowing likely reflects a decline in the growth of the labor force due to lower immigration and labor force participation, though labor demand has clearly softened as well.
54.75에서 들어올리는 게.
In this
아,
less
세다.
dynamic and somewhat softer labor market, the downside risks to employment appear to have risen in recent months. In our SEP, the median projection of the unemployment rate is 4.5% at the end of this year and edges down thereafter. Inflation has eased significantly from its highs in mid-2022, but remains somewhat elevated relative to our 2% longer-run goal. Very little data on inflation have been released since our meeting in October. Total PCE prices rose 2.8% over the 12 months ending in September, and excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core PCE prices also rose 2.8%. These readings are higher than earlier in the year as inflation for goods has picked up, reflecting the effects of tariffs. In contrast, disinflation appears to be continuing for services. Near-term measures of inflation expectations have declined from their peaks earlier in the year, as reflected in both market and survey-based measures. Most measures of longer-term expectations remain consistent with our 2% inflation goal. The median projection in the SEP for total PCE inflation is 2.9% this year and 2.4% next year, a bit lower than the median projection in September. Thereafter, the median falls to 2%.
PC 물가 전망치가 내년에 뭐 좀 내려가는 것으로 예상을 하네.
At today's meeting, the committee decided to lower the target range for the federal funds rate by 0.25 percentage point to 3.5 to 3.75%. In the near term, risks to inflation are tilted to the upside, and risks to employment to the downside, a challenging situation. There is no risk-free path for policy as we navigate this tension between our employment and inflation goals. A reasonable base case is that the effects of tariffs on inflation will be relatively short-lived, effectively a one-time shift in the price level. Our obligation is to make sure that a one-time increase in the price level does not become an ongoing inflation problem. But with downside risks to employment having risen in recent months, the balance of risks has shifted. Our framework calls for us to take a balanced approach in promoting both sides of our dual mandate. Accordingly, we judged it appropriate at this meeting to lower our policy rate by a quarter percentage point.
와,
With today's decision, we have lowered our policy rate
착조해 놓은 자리.
a percentage point over our last 3 meetings. This further normalization of our
바로
policy
돌파할 줄
stance
알았더니,
should
야,
help
역시.
stabilize the labor market while allowing inflation to
저항
resume
맞을
its
자리에서
trend
또
toward 2%
빵꾸를 하네요.
once the effects of tariffs have passed through.
이래서 차트가
The
1번이야.
adjustments to our policy stance since September bring it within a range of plausible estimates of neutral and leave us well positioned to determine the extent and timing of additional adjustments to our policy rate based on the incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. In our summary of economic projections, FOMC participants wrote down their individual assessments of an appropriate path of the federal funds rate under what each participant judges to be the most likely scenario for the economy. The median participant projects that the appropriate level of the federal funds rate will be 3.4% at the end of 2026 and 3.1% at the end of 2027, unchanged from September. As is always the case, these individual forecasts are subject to
자, 뭐
uncertainty
진짜는
and
이제 잠시 후에
monetary policy is not on
이 모두 연설
and we will
끝나고
make our decisions on a meeting-by-meeting basis.
기자들 저 질의응답 그게 중요하죠.
With the reminder that these issues are separate from and have no implications for the stance of monetary policy. In light of the continued tightening in money market interest rates relative to our administered rates and other indicators of reserve market conditions, the committee judged that reserve balances have declined to ample levels. Accordingly, at today's meeting,
야, 통화정책은 사전에 정해진 절차에 있지 않고 회의별로 결정을 내릴 뿐. 저 얘기를 또 강조를 해줘야지 돼.
Such increases in our securities holdings ensure that the federal funds rate remains within its target range and are necessary because the growth of the economy leads to rising demand over time for our liabilities, including
아, 12월 11일? 12일이 아니고
detailed
그래요.
in a statement released today by the Federal Reserve Bank of New York. Reserve management purchases will amount to
그 단기채 매입한다. 아, 그 내용이
for a few months to alleviate expected near-term
아주
pressures on
괜찮았어요.
markets. Thereafter, we expect the size of reserve management purchases to decline, though the actual pace will depend on market conditions. In our implementation framework, an ample supply of reserves means
지금 그 얘기 하고 있었고
the short-term interest rates are
첫 달에는 400달러 규모 자산 매입.
rather than day-to-day discretionary.
단기적인 자금 시장 압력을 완화하기 위해서 몇 달 동안 그런 높은 수준을 유지할 수 있다. 실제 속도는 시장 상황에 따라서 달라질 수 있다.
Even on days of elevated pressures in money markets. Consistent with this view, the committee eliminated the aggregate limit on standing repo operations. These operations are intended to support monetary policy implementation and smooth market functioning and should be used when economically sensible. To conclude, the Fed has been assigned 2 goals for monetary policy: maximum employment and stable prices. We remain committed to supporting maximum employment, bringing our inflation sustainably down to our 2% goal,
92.75.
and keeping longer-term inflation expectations well anchored.
여기서 들어올리는 거
Delivering on these goals matters to all Americans. We understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. Everything we do is in
모른다.
service to our public mission. At the Fed, we will do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment and price stability goals. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
I look forward to your questions. 자, 이제 질의응답 시간 아주 중요한 타이밍 왔습니다.
Just to be clear, we're on the same page here. The insertion of the phrase, considering the extent and timing of additional adjustments, does that indicate that the Fed is now on hold until there's some clear signal from inflation or jobs or the evolution of the economy along the baseline outlook?
So, yes, the adjustments since September bring our policy within a broad range of estimates of neutral, And as we noted in our statement today, we are well positioned to determine the extent and timing of additional adjustments based on the incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. The new language points out that we will carefully evaluate that incoming data. And also,
야, 지금 매파적인 얘기하고 있어. 금리 인하 지금까지 지금 3번 했죠. 그래서 지금 중립 금리 추정 범위 내에 있게 됐다. 야, 저 얘기가 아주 굉장히 매파적인 얘기인데 했어요 방금.
It seems like with the additional GDP growth coupled with easing inflation and a fairly steady unemployment rate, this seems like a pretty optimistic outlook for next year. What's given rise to that? Is this an early bet on AI? Is there some sense of improved productivity out there? What's driving that?
So a number of things are driving what's happening in the forecast. And I would say if you look broadly at outside forecasts, you do see a pickup in growth in many of those now too. So it is it's partly that consumer spending has held up. It's been resilient, and it to another degree, it is that AI spending on data centers and related to AI has been holding up business investment. So overall, the baseline expectation for next year is, at least at Fed, and I think with outside forecasters too, is a pickup in growth from today's relatively low level of 1.7%. I mentioned that the SEP median is 1.7 for this year growth and 2.3 for next year. You actually, some of that is due to the shutdown. So you can take 0.2 out of 2026 and put it in 2025. So it would really be 1.9 and 2.1. But overall, yes, for a few reasons, fiscal policy is going to be supportive. And as I mentioned, AI spending will continue. The consumer continues to spend. So it looks like the baseline would be solid growth next year.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for taking our questions here. You had previously described rate cuts in terms of a risk management framework, and kind of following up on what Howard was asking.
아,
Is the
611에서
risk management
방금
phase of rate cuts over here, and have you taken
이것도
out
놓쳤네.
sufficient insurance, I guess, against potential weakness in terms of the data we might get next week when it comes to employment?
So we're going to get a great deal of data between now and the January meeting, and I'm sure we'll talk more about that.
오,
The data that we get are going to factor into our thinking.
금리 인하 리스크 관리 단계 끝났냐고 그렇게 질문을.
We held our policy rate at 5.4% for more than
1월
a year
FMC까지
because inflation was high,
많은
very
지표를
high,
얻게 될
and
것이다.
unemployment in the labor market was really solid at that point. So what happened is over last summer of 24, inflation came down, and the labor market began to show real signs of weakness. And so we decided, as our framework tells us to do, that when the risks to the two goals become more equal, you should move from a stance that favors really dealing with one of them, in that case inflation, to a more balanced, more neutral setting. And so we did that. We did some cutting, and then we paused for a while to work our way through what was happening in the middle of the year. And then we resumed cuts in September. We cut now 3. We now cut a total of 175 basis points. And as I mentioned, we feel like where we're positioned now we're well positioned to wait and see how the economy evolves from here.
If I could just follow up on the SCP, you have a whole lot of big increase in the growth numbers, but not a big decline in the unemployment numbers. And is that an AI
611 지키면서 좀 반등 트라이.
You get more growth, but you don't get a whole lot of decline in unemployment. Thank you, sir.
So it is, the implication is obviously higher productivity. And some of that may be AI. It's just also, I think, productivity has just been almost structurally higher for several years now. So if you
자,
start
이 마이크로를 420로 이거 취소하고
sustain higher growth without more job creation. Of course, higher productivity is also what enables incomes to rise over long periods of time. So it's basically a good element.
111
That's certainly the implication.
지키면서 반등 트라이 하니까.
Thank you, Chloe Smith of the New York Times. Today's decision was clearly very divided. It wasn't just the two official dissents against the cut, but there were also soft dissents from four others. And I'm just wondering if this reluctance from several people to support recent reductions suggests that there is a
한 번 더
much higher
눌러주면
bar for cuts in the near term. And what exactly does the committee need to
잽싸게
see
진입을 해야지
if things are well
매수.
positioned right now to support a January reduction?
Sure. So let me just say, as I mentioned, and as I mentioned here before, the situation is that our two goals are a bit in tension, right? So interestingly, everyone around the table at the FOMC agrees that inflation is too high and we want it to come down, and agrees that the labor market has softened and that there's further risk. Everyone agrees on that. Where the difference is how do you weight those risks, and what does your forecast look like, and where do you, ultimately where do you think the bigger risk is, and you know, it's very unusual to have persistent tension between the two parts of the mandate, and when you do, this is what you see, and I think it's actually what you would expect to see, and we do see it. Meanwhile, the discussions we have are as good as any we've had in my 14 years at the Fed. They're very thoughtful, respectful, and you just have people who have strong views, and you know, we come together and we reach you know, a place where we can make a decision. We made a decision today. We had 9 out of 12 supported it, so fairly broad support. But it's not like the normal situation where everyone agrees on the direction and what to do. It's more spread out, and I think that's only inherent in the situation. In terms of what it would take, you know, we all have an outlook in terms of what's going to come, but I think ultimately having cut 75 and you know the effects of the 75 basis points will only begin to be coming in. As I've said before a couple times, we're well positioned to wait to see how the economy evolves. We'll just have to see, and we will get, as you know, quite a bit of data. I should mention on the data, as long as I'm talking about it, that we're going to need to be careful in assessing, particularly the household survey data. There are very technical reasons about the way data are collected in some of these measures.
92.5에서 들어오려는 건 뭐 약합니까?
In the labor market, so that the data may be distorted and not just sort of distorted, and that's really
이거는
because this data was not
60까지
collected
버티는
in
거.
October and half of November. So we're going to get data, but we're going to have to look at it carefully and with a somewhat skeptical eye by the time of the January date. Notwithstanding that, we will have a lot of December data by the time of the January. So we expect to see a lot more, but I'm just saying that what we get for example, CPI or for the household survey, we're gonna look at that really carefully and understand that it may be distorted by very technical factors.
And just one more question on dissents. I mean, you talk about it in a very positive way, just given the complicated nature of the situation we're in economically. But is there any
89.25에서
point in which
들어올린다.
those dissents become counterproductive, either to the Fed's communication and the messaging around the policy path forward?
I don't feel that we're at that point at all. I would say, again, these are good, thoughtful, respectful discussions. And you hear people saying, you hear many outside analysts say the same thing. I can make a case for either side. I mean, I could make that case. It's a close call. We have to make decisions, and we always hope that the data will give us a clear read. But in this situation, you have competing. If you look through the SEP, you'll see that a very large number of participants agree that risks are to the upside for unemployment and to the upside for inflation. So what do? You've got one tool. You can't do two things at once. So at what pace do you move?
26.5는 충분히 가겠지.
What's the timing of it? It's
두 개만 가져가면.
a very challenging situation. I think we're in a good place to, as I mentioned, to wait and see how the economy evolves.
Chair Powell, there's been some discussion recently of 1990s. In the 1990s, the committee did 2 discrete sequences of 3 quarter-point cuts, one in 1995-96 and one in 1998. And after both of those, the next move in rates was up, not down. With policy now closer to neutral, is it a foregone conclusion that the next move in rates is down, or should we think of policy risks as genuinely two-sided from here?
So I don't think that a rate hike is anybody's base case at this point, and I'm not hearing that. What you see is some people feel we should stop here and that we're at the right place and just wait. Some people feel like we should cut once or more this year and next year. But when people are writing down their estimates of policy of where it should go, it is either holding here or cutting a little or cutting more than a little. So I don't see the base case as involving that. So of course, you know, a data set of 2, now 3 is not a big data set, but you are right about those 2 3-cut times in the 90s.
If I could follow up, the unemployment rate has been rising very gradually for the better part of 2 years, and indeed the statement today no longer describes the unemployment rate as remaining low. What gives you confidence it won't continue rising in 2026, especially when housing and other rate-sensitive sectors still appear to be feeling restrictive policy from the, notwithstanding the 150 basis points in cuts prior to today?
So yeah, I think the idea is that with now having cut 75 basis points more now, and having policy, you know, I'd call it a broad range of plausible estimates of neutral, that will be a place which will enable the labor market to stabilize or to only tick up 1 or 2 more tenths. We won't see, you know, any kind of a sharper downturn, which we haven't seen any evidence of at all. At the same time, policy is still in a place where it's not accommodative, and we feel like we have made progress this year in non-tariff related inflation, and that as tariffs come through, as they flow through, that'll show through next year. But as I said, we're well placed to wait and see how that turns out. That is our expectation, but you know, we're going to start to see the data, and it'll tell us whether we were right or not.
Claire Jones, Financial Times. A lot of people interpreted your comments at the October meeting that, you know, when there's a policy situation, we slow down, to mean that, you know, there won't be a cut now, there'll be a cut in January instead. So you could get a sense of why did the committee decide to move today rather than to move in January instead? Thank you.
Right. So in October, I said that there was no certainty of moving, and that was indeed correct. I said it's possible you could think about it that way, but I was careful to say other people could look at it differently. So why do we move today? You know, I would say point to a couple things. First of all, gradual cooling in the labor market has continued. Unemployment is now up 0.3 from June through September. Payroll jobs averaging 40,000 per month since April. We think there's an overstatement in these numbers by about 60,000, so that would be negative 20,000 per month. And also, just to point out one other thing, surveys of households and businesses both show declining supply and demand for workers. So I think you can say that the labor market has continued to cool gradually, maybe just a touch more gradually than we thought. You know, in terms of inflation, it's going to come in a touch lower. And I think the evidence is kind of growing that what's happening here is services inflation coming down.
여기 돌파하면
That's offset by increases in goods, and that goods inflation is entirely in sectors where there are tariffs. So that does build on the story, and so far it's only a story that that the goods inflation, which is really the source of the excess at this point, almost more than half the source of the excess inflation is goods, is tariffs. And you've got to say then, so what do we expect from tariffs? And I would say that is to some extent down to looking for broader economic, heat. You know, do we see a hot economy? Do we see constraints? Do we see what's going on with wages? You saw the UCI report today. It doesn't feel like a hot economy that wants to generate, Phillips curve kind of inflation. So we look at all those things, and we say that this was a decision to make. It obviously wasn't unanimous, but overall that was the judgment that we made, and that's the action we took.
Just on the ample reserves point, how concerned were people around the table about some of the tensions we've seen in money markets?
I wouldn't say concerned. So what happened is this. Balance sheet shrinkage, sometimes called QT, went on. We had a framework in place for monitoring it, and nothing happened. The overnight reverse repo facility went down pretty much close to zero. And then beginning in September, the federal funds rate started to tick up within the range, right? And it ticked up almost all the way to interest on reserve balances. There's nothing wrong with that. What that's telling you is that we're actually in reserves, in an ample reserves regime. So, we knew this was going to come. When it finally did come, it came a little quicker than expected, but we were absolutely there to take the actions that we said we would take. So, and those actions are today. So, we announced that we're resuming reserve management purchases. That is completely separate from monetary policy. It's just we need to keep an ample supply of reserves out there. Why so big? The answer to that is, if you look ahead, you will see that April 15th is coming up, and our framework is such that we want to have ample reserves even at times when reserves are at a low level temporarily. So that's what happens on tax day. People pay a lot of money to the government, reserves drop sharply and temporarily. So this seasonal buildup that we'll see in the next few months was going to happen anyway. It was going to happen because April 15th is April 15th. There's also a secular ongoing growth of the balance sheet. We have to keep reserves, call it constant, as it relates to the banking system or to the whole economy. And that alone calls for us to increase about $20-25 billion per month. So that's a small part. That's going on. It's also happening in the context of a temporary few-month front loading to get reserves high enough to get through the tax period in mid-April. So that's what's happening there.
Andrew. Thanks, Mr. Chairman. This is the last
820 지금 딱 저항 받을 자리까지 오긴 왔죠. 837. 20초가.
And I'm just curious why the Fed's been so reticent on such a pivotal matter.
저 자리 돌파하면.
It's not something I want to address here, Andrew. We're not legal commentators. It's before the courts, and we think we don't think that we help matters by trying to engage as a public discussant. I'll give you a mulligan now.
Thanks. I don't know if I can get three questions, but
just one more.
I guess I wanted to come back to the 1990s question, and like, do you see that as a useful model for thinking about what's happening in the economy right now?
I don't think it rises to that level. So I did think that in 2019, where we cut 3 times, but this is such a unique situation. This is it's not the 1970s, let's put it that way, but we do have tension between our two goals. And so that's just unique in my time at the Fed, and I think going back a long way, we haven't had that. In our framework, as you know, says that when that's the case, we try to take a balanced approach to the two things. We look at how far they are and how long it would take to get them back to each of them back to the goal. That's very subjective analysis, really. But it just tells you, and I think ultimately what it says is when they're broadly equally threatened, risk, you should be kind of neutral. Because if you're either accommodative or tight, you're favoring one or the other goal. And so we've been sort of moving we're in the range of neutral, or in the high end of the range of neutral, I would say. And that's what we're doing now. It so happened that we cut 3 times. That, we haven't made any decision about January, but as I said, we think we're well positioned to wait and see how the economy performs.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Edward Lawrence with Fox Business. I wanted to ask you, the inflation expectations has come down in your SEP report. Do you see the tariff price increases as passing through the next 3 months? Is it a 6-month process that we're looking for that to end? And then because of that, is jobs the threat to the economy?
So with tariff inflation, there's the announcement of a tariff, and then there's, they start to take effect, and then it takes some months. Goods may have to be shipped from other parts of the world. It may take, quite a while for an individual tariff to take its full effect. But once it's had that effect, then the question is, isn't it just a one-time price increase? So we actually look at all of the announcements and what you get from all that. You see sort of for each one of them, there's a time period.
860 20호 밑에서 저항.
If there are no new tariff announcements, and we don't know that, but let's assume there are no major new tariff announcements, inflation from goods should peak in the first quarter or so, right, or roughly. We haven't been able to predict this with any precision. No one is. But call it the first quarter or so of next year should be the peak. And from here, it shouldn't be big. It should be a couple tenths or even less than that. We don't really have precision on this, but and after that, again, if there are no new tariffs that are being asked,
파월 퇴장하면
9 months is also an estimate.
전종 부근까지 확 되돌릴 수 있어. 퇴장하기 전에 이거 익절해야 되는데 50.
A new Fed chairman, does that hinder your current job right now, or change your thinking at all?
No.
No, I'll answer it. Michael McKee from Bloomberg Radio. 10-year rates are 50 basis points higher than when you started cutting back in September of 2024, and the yield curve basically has been steepening. Why do you think that continuing to cut now, especially in the absence of data, is going to bring down the yield on the thing that will move the economy the most?
So we're looking at the real economy and focusing on that. And you've got, when the long bonds move around, you've got to look at why they're moving around. If you look at inflation compensation, it's very, that's one part of it is inflation compensation break-evens. And, they're very comfortable levels. They're levels consistent. Once you get out past the very short term now, break-evens are at quite levels that are quite consistent with 2% inflation over time. So there's nothing happening with rates going up out there that suggests concern about inflation in the long term or anything like that. I mean, I look at these things pretty regularly. Same thing with surveys. Surveys are all saying that the public understands our commitment to 2% and expects us to get back there. So why are rates going up? It has to be something else. It must be an expectation of higher growth or something like that. And that's a lot of what's been going on. I mean, you saw a big move, toward the end of last year, which was not to do with us. It was to do with other developments.
Well, you just mentioned that the public is expecting you to get back to 2%, and Americans overwhelmingly are citing high prices, inflation as their number one concern. Can you explain to them why you're prioritizing the labor market, which seems relatively stable to most people, instead of their number one concern, inflation?
So we have a network of contacts in the U.S. economy, which is really unmatched if you go through the 12 reserve banks. So we hear loud and clear how people are experiencing really costs. It's really high costs. And a lot of that is not the current rate of inflation. A lot of that is just embedded higher costs due to higher inflation.
하긴 지금 미국 국민들이 피부로 느끼는 게 지금 물가에 대한 우려인데 생활 물가 왜 고용을 더 우선시하느냐 나왔다 50일 3%, 4%만 더 들어올리면
significantly positive. So nominal wages are higher than inflation for people to start feeling good about affordability issue. And so we're working hard on that. We're trying to keep inflation under control, but also support the labor market and strong wages, so that people are earning enough money and feeling economically healthy again.
Victoria. Hi, Victoria great, we know what we know. Just to follow up on that, I mean, this is now the third time that you cut this year and inflation is around 3%. So is the message that you're sort of trying to send with that you're okay with where inflation is for now, as long as people understand that at some point you still want to get back to 2% because inflation is relatively stable where it is?
Everyone should understand, and the surveys show that they do, that we're committed to 2% inflation, and we will deliver 2% inflation. But it's a complicated, unusual, difficult situation where the labor market
아씨 마이크로
is also under pressure, where job creation
세 개였었는데 왜 터졌는지 모르겠네.
has also gone way down.
습관이
So
습관.
unemployment rate hasn't moved that much, but
본계약 미니
you know,
계약
it's a labor market
하던
that
거.
seems to have significant downside risks. People care a lot about that. That's their jobs. That's their ability.
머릿속에서 이거 마이크로를 하고 있어.
For the labor force to find work. So that's really important to people. The story with inflation, and you know, we're well aware that this is a story at this point, is that if you get away from tariffs, inflation is in the low twos, right? So it's really tariffs that's causing most of the inflation overshoot. And we do think of those as likely to, in the current situation, as likely to be a one-time price increase. Our job is to make sure that it is, and we will do that job. But right now, you've got this difficult balance, and the risks to both sides. There's no risk-free path. If it was just inflation and the labor market was just really strong, then rates would be higher, as they were for more than a year.
관세 영향으로 인플레가 일회성으로 저 상품 물가 같은 거 오르긴 했는데 내년 점점 이렇게 좀 떨어질 수 있다 그 얘기네요. 그렇죠?
Now it's different. We actually have risks to both. And I think we're doing the best we can for people. They also care about their jobs. They do care about affordability. And the best thing we can do there is both to support economic activity, but also, make sure that when tariff inflation goes down and disappears, inflation lands around 2%.
Thanks so much, Elizabeth Schulze with ABC News. Just to follow up, you keep talking about job growth being negative. Why do you think job growth is so much worse than some of the official data? Why do you think job growth is, to follow up on your comments about job growth, why is it so much worse than the official data is suggesting?
Oh, well, we know, I think I don't think this is particularly controversial. It's very difficult to estimate job growth in real time. They don't count everybody, they have a survey. And there's been something of a systematic overcount. And so we expected it to correct it twice a year. So last time they corrected it, we thought the correction would be 800,000 or 900,000. I don't get the numbers exactly right. And that was exactly what happened.
68 돌파 전에 또 저항.
And so there's an overcount in the payroll job numbers, we think, continuing, and it will be corrected. I don't have the exact month in my head right now, but and that's just, I think forecasters generally understand that. So, and we think it's about 60,000 a month, so 40,000 jobs could be negative 20. And, that could be wrong by 10 or 20 in either direction. But in any case, that's job creation in a way, that's demand. Labor supply has also come down quite sharply. So, if you had a world where there's just no growth in workers and you really don't need a lot of jobs to have full employment, some people argue that's what we're looking at. But I think a world where job creation is negative, I just think we need to watch that situation very carefully and be in a position where we're not, pushing down on job creation with our policy.
When we're talking about supply, we have seen major American employers like Amazon cite AI in job cuts. How much right now are you factoring in AI into the current weakness in the job market?
So it's probably part of the story. It's not a big part of the story yet. We don't know whether it will be. But for example, if you look at, you can't miss the big announcements of layoffs and also companies saying that they're not going to hire anybody for a long time, and they cite AI. That's all clearly happening. At the same time, people are not filing for unemployment insurance. And since job creation, job finding rates are extremely low. If there were big numbers of layoffs, you'd expect the continuing claims to go up, and you'd expect new claims to go up. But really haven't much. So it's a little bit curious. Longer term, though, the question is, what are we going to see here? We don't know, but it's it may be that in past really significant technology innovation eras, you have seen some.
일단 익절을 해야지 50일.
Ultimately, what's happened for a couple hundred years is when you get through all that, you have higher productivity and you have.
호프팅 밑에서 또 빠꾸하네.
This may be different. It's every time we have a wave of technology, we think, oh, this could put a lot of people out of work. What are they going to do? In the past, there's always been more work and higher productivity, and incomes have risen. What will happen here, we're going to have to see. But right now is such early days. We don't think we see much. It's certainly not showing up in layoffs yet.
Thank you, Chair. And the current Bloomberg News. Given the breadth of views on the policy committee, why is there such a division of views between the policy on the committee?
Thank you.
Why is there such a division of views between the presidents and the board members?
It's not so stark as that. There's depth. The views are more varied on in each group as well. There's some of that, but I would say they're also governors and they're people on both sides in both groups. So I wouldn't put too much in that.
Okay, and just to follow up, given your growth upgrade, how would you factor in, or what would be the economic impact if the Supreme Court is to strike down the tariffs that they're currently hearing in terms of growth and inflation? Thank you.
I really don't know. It would depend. It would depend on a whole bunch of things we don't know. So I can't really help you there.
Christine.
Thank you, Chair Powell. Christine Romans, NBC News. I wanted to ask you about how the higher income households are really driving spending right now. They're backed by home equity and stock market wealth, but lower income consumers are really struggling with the accumulation of 5 years now of rising prices. It's price levels, not really the inflation rate, holding some of these families back. How sustainable is this so-called K-shaped economy, and what are the Fed's thoughts on whether that's a risk going forward?
네, 익절했어요.
So we do, through our vast network of contacts and just through our observation of what's going on in the economy, we hear about this a lot.
이제 매도대기.
Listen to the earnings reports for consumer-facing companies that tend to deal
60일.
with low and moderate income people. They'll all say that we're seeing people
마이크로 하나.
Changing products that they buy, buying less, and that sort of thing. And so it's clearly a thing. It's also clearly a thing that asset values, housing values, and
wolf 형님, 야, 진짜 체력 대단하시고.
More at the higher end of the income and wealth. So, as how sustainable it is, I don't know. Most of the consumption does happen by people who have more means. I think the top third accounts for more than a third of consumption, for example.
축하드려요.
So,
매수 수익 갖고 가시는 거.
The best we can do is to have a price stability and a strong labor market. What we saw, for example, what we saw at the end of the very long expansion that ended with the pandemic. We saw that it was 10 years and 8 months or something like that, the longest one in recorded history. In the last 2 years, most of the largest part of the wage gains were going to people in the bottom quartile, the bottom part of the low and moderate income. So, having a strong labor market for a long period of time is really, really good from a social standpoint. It's helping people at the lower income levels, and that's what we all want to get back to. But we got to have price stability, and we got to have full employment, maximum employment.
And just quickly, you mentioned the housing market remains kind of weak. With these rate cuts that we've seen, is there a chance we're going to see more affordability in the housing market so more people can maybe enjoy that part of wealth creation, the average age or median age?
이 기자회견이 끝나야지 확 되돌려. 기자회견이.
So the housing market faces some really significant challenges, and I don't know that a 25 basis point decline in the federal funds rate is going to make much of a difference for people. Housing supply is low. Many people have very, very low rate mortgages from the pandemic period, and they kept refinancing and caught the really low. So it's made expensive for them to move. And we're a ways away from that changing. Also, we haven't built enough housing in the country for a long time, and so a lot of estimates suggest that we just need more housing of different kinds. So housing is going to be a problem, and really the tools to address it are we can raise and lower interest rates, but we don't really have the tools to address a secular housing shortage, a structural housing shortage.
Thanks, Chris Rugaber, Associated Press. You mentioned on inflation, services inflation being low, goods inflation looking like maybe it'll peak. We had the wages report you mentioned today showing moderating wage growth. Where are the inflation risks? It looks like inflation is cooling in your view. At the same time, you have potentially negative hiring. Why not? Why aren't we hearing more about maybe more cuts in this environment?
Well, I think the risk in inflation is pretty clear to see, and that is, we see higher inflation. As I mentioned, most of the inflation over target is from goods, and we estimate, we expect, most of us, that inflation will be a one-time price increase and then come down. We just came off an experience where inflation turned out to be much more persistent than anyone had expected. Is that going to happen now? So that's the risk. The risk is either that tariff inflation just turns out to be more and more persistent, maybe because companies who are now holding back from passing through the tariffs will just keep doing that. So you see that. I think the other possibility is less likely, and that is just that the labor market gets tight or the economy gets tight, and you see just traditional inflation. I don't see that as particularly likely. But so I think again, all across the committee, people see the picture pretty similarly, but see the risks quite differently. And some people do see the inflation risk, and I wouldn't dismiss that case. I don't dismiss that case, but you've got to make an assessment, and this is the assessment we made.
Hi, Chappelle, Neil Rowan with Axios. So this has come up a couple of times today, but to be clear, do you believe that we're experiencing a positive productivity shock, whether from AI or policy factors or whatever? And how much is that driving the higher GDP projection in the SCP?
So yeah, I never thought I would see a time when we had 5-6 years of 2% productivity growth. This is higher. This is definitely higher, and it was before it could be attributed to AI. I also think if you look at what AI can do, and if you use it in your personal life, as I imagine many of us have, you can see the prospects for productivity. I think it makes people who use it more productive. It may make other people have to find other jobs. So it could have productivity implications while also having social and labor market implications that we don't have the tools to deal with. But yes, I think we're definitely seeing higher productivity. I think it's a little quick to be saying it's generative AI, but I don't know. The pandemic may have induced people to do more automation and do more things with computers to replace people, and that raises productivity, output per hour.
Does that imply higher neutral rates, and therefore the policy might be a little easier than it seems?
All things equal, yes, but all things aren't equal. There are many things pushing in different directions on where the neutral rate would be. But yes, that argument does come up.
Matt.
35.25에서
Thanks, Chappelle. Matt Egan's CNN.
35.25에서 들어올리는 거 괜찮아. 35. 50까지 갔습니다.
Since becoming
35.
chair, you've seen multiple trade
공개하고
wars, the pandemic, COVID reopening, period of high inflation. I know your term's not up as chair until May, but I'm wondering if you've given any thought to what you want your legacy to be.
46.
Legacy. My thought is that I really want to turn this job over to whoever.
체결. 자, 이거는 봉기하기야. 이거는 가줘야 돼. 35 지키면서. 힘이 없어요. 엎드려 힘내.
And all my efforts are to get to that place. They have been all along, but ultimately that's what I mean. It's, you know, I don't have time to think about bigger things. I have many years ahead to worry about that, but to do it.
Relatedly, have you given any more thought, and can you tell us any more about your plans on whether or not you plan to stay on the Fed Board of Governors even after you return to chair?
68
I'm focused on my remaining time as chair. I
돌파하면
haven't got anything new on that to tell you.
오 그렇지.
Mark, for the last question.
뭐야? 순식간에 돌파하고 왜 이렇게 확 눌러요? 절 타이밍을 안 주네. 씨.
While key borrowing rates remain elevated, and that's
아,
discussed here as many Americans
안
struggle
돼.
with liquidity.
이런 씨야 나 정말.
Challenges. Is that just collateral damage or unintended consequences?
868 돌파.
Limited in addressing individual
아.
household liquidity constraints, insufficient money in the bank.
딱 하면 이제 익절하려고 했었는데 순식간에 갔다가 윗꼬리 만들어가지고 빠꾸 해버린 거.
And maximum employment, and those things are hugely valuable to all the people we serve. When we raise rates to bring inflation down, you know, that does work by slowing the economy, but we've moved back our policy back down to where it's certainly not strongly restricted at this point. I think it's sort of in the range of neutral. So that's what we're trying to do, and I would want people to understand that. I think what people are feeling is the effect of higher prices. It was a global wave. Sort of every large economy in the world, sort of every large open economy, market-based economy in the world had a wave of inflation that looked an awful lot like ours. We actually came through better than any other country, substantially better. We had higher growth, we had better labor market, and this is really due to the American economy. We have an extraordinary economy, and you know, people are innovative, they work hard.
Extraordinary.
And, so, you know, all of us who work in economics jobs are really fortunate to have the U.S. economy. So, thank you very much.
자, 파월. 자, 되돌림 타임 왔어. 되돌림 타임. 파월 퇴장. 자, 어떻게 됩니까? 네? 조심해야죠, 이제. 조심해야 돼, 이제. 축제 끝났어. 야, 되돌림. 되돌림이 심하게 안 나오네. 찔끔찔끔. 868 그 저항 구간이 주봉 직전 주봉 고점이 또 68이었어요. 일봉 단단합니다. 전일 저가 이 저 음봉 아랫꼬리들 다 잡아먹고 들어올리는 거니까. 모른다. 자, 재밌었습니다. 도란뿌 지금 발언하고 있어요. 또 지가 잘해서 또 연준이 기준금리 인하를 했다 뭐 그런 얘기는 이상한 얘기는 안 하겠지. 너무 감사합니다. 함께 해주셔서 너무너무 감사. 자, 쉬시고요. 눈 좀 붙이시고. 내일 오늘이죠. 예, 오늘 저녁 9시에 다시 뵙겠습니다. 오라클 실적 발표마저 코코님 아주 그게 더 이제는 중요한 이벤트가 됐어. 내일 장 마감 이후에 브로드컴은 뭐 잘 나올 것이다. 잘 나오겠죠. 예, 리즈님도 감사합니다. 코코님, 올퍼 형님, 3%. 자, 모두 감사해요. 예. 잘 쉬시고 이따가 저녁 9시에 다시 뵙겠습니다. 짱큐 감사. 이따 저녁에 봬요. See you. 감사해요. 방송 여기서 마칠게요. 감사합니다.